Okay, we're trying this again. We had some difficulties with the headset because I did the exact same thing that I've been doing for the past whatever number of days, 8 days, and at least on this stream, and then for all the other streams and all the other videos, and every other single time that I've happened to use this headset, I did the exact same thing as I always do, and it would not connect the PC with a link. In my defense, or in their defense, I am using a cable that's not the Meta Quest cable. So, hopefully, my ordering of this Meta Quest cable will bring me to the point where I don't have to worry about this. It's so dumb. It's a USB-C cable that plugs into the side of the VR headset. It doesn't... I hope that buying an $80 branded cable does not give me any issues. But if it does, I mean, like a mean email, heavily worded email will be sent. But, you never know. So, anyways, we're still loading screen. There we go. Start. I already had everything planned out, which is the downside to this. Already had a route. Already had everything figured out. But no more. So we gotta come down here to Pullman. This should be this airport here. We'll wait for this to load in so I can get our spot. Because if you were able to catch the first few seconds of the last stream attempt before I deleted it, because I didn't want you to sit through me restarting and troubleshooting, it spawned us halfway in a building and I slewed out of it. So I'd rather not have to do that. So I'm actually going to set departure being... Where'd you take me? On ground, shut down. Cool. That's what we're looking for. First stop will be out here. One of our many checkpoints, or whatever you'd like to call it. Sightseeing locations. Actually, we can't. We gotta do a final location first. This says International Airport, but I think it's because the Canadian border's like right here. So, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal airport. Sorry if this is your airport. It is a big deal. For you. Yeah, fingers crossed. This new cable will solve the problems. Is that going to mess up my loading times? I'll wait until we get this. Oh boy, thank you. I love cloud-based gaming. Hey, there we go. Let's see. Set as arrival. Very cool. So first things first, let's go and start making our waypoints. I'm not even going to worry about going into the menu to change fuel settings or anything. We're just going to leave it how it is. I'll do my fuel key so we can simulate being topped off right there at the ramp. And, add. The next one is... and we'll probably swing Yakima over in there. And okay, cool. There's our crazy path for today. Let's get to it. Actually, flight conditions. Weather and time. Preset. Sure. We're going to need a lot of time today. We will have a significant bit more range than this. Not too much, though. Oh, sorry. Dude, no worries. Like I said, I'm an internet homie who is an internet homie. I'm going to be doing this whether or not people are watching, because it's my little project. But you're always welcome here. I even waved when we left Kansas City the other day. Let's see what you've missed. 2 days ago, we had a guy named Chuck come in. He's been flying fixed wing. Why am I in the air? Okay. He's been flying fixed wing since 1978. And decided to fly helicopters in 2020, 2021-ish. And did the same thing I'm doing here, learning how to fly through VR. And apparently it worked damn well for him. So, also, I thought it was kind of funny today doing a, well, this is the helicopter we left there, except different color. Thought it was kind of funny to do this and put the absolute biggest helicopter in existence on the thumbnail. Is this a 4-blade? Okay, we gotta walk over here, look at this bad boy real quick. I feel like I knew there was a retractable gear version of this. Okay. What a beautiful thing. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Wow. Wow, okay. Kind of, let the rust run there a little bit, didn't you? Okay. See you later. But yeah, so he did the same thing that I'm doing right here, where you get the flight sim with VR and your pedals and collective and cyclic and everything. And he learned how to fly, and he said it took about 5 minutes before he was able to hover this R-22 in real life. And none of the instructors could believe, actually we need to be on the other side, none of the instructors could believe that he had never been in a helicopter before, so it brought some, it felt good because it's like, okay, cool, like maybe I'm on the right path here doing this. That's straight. We're way too low regardless. See how that feels. Scoot back a little bit. Scoot up a little bit. That's too far back. Okay, okay, okay. Let's do it. But yeah, I thought it was funny to say like, hey, we're going to put the thumbnail as the biggest helicopter and most expensive helicopter in the sim, and then hop in a little R-22. Plus, I haven't done this one yet, and this is the kind of the whole reason for everything. So I don't know if you're saying badass to the helicopter that we just looked at, because I'm going like a 30-second delay for this. Or badass that he did the thing, but either way, I mean, yeah, it's cool as shit, you know, like... I think if you take the right mentality towards it of, okay, cool, we have to learn to do these different things, where it's getting the mentality of left pedal, right pedal, left hand, right hand, pat your head, rub your stomach at the same time, that it'll end up being much easier to get adapted to it, having that. It's not called clickbait. Absolutely none of my flights yet have been with the helicopter that's been in the thumbnail. So, yeah, his name's Chuck. He may be in later. He dropped in last night at the end of it, or at least commented at the end. So of course now my governor's not going to work. Throttle as high as I can and have the governor. Whoa, oh, there we go, that broke governor. I'm not worried about overspeeding here because I don't think that damage is modeled. This is just something that's wrong with the game. Sometimes it works great, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what the deal is. Anyways, Pullman traffic, this is helicopter 42069. We've downsized greatly today from our Bell 222 Bravo yesterday. We are going to be taking off, departing to the west, heading out on our trip around the world. And we are topped off on as absolute much fuel as I can click in here. So, let's go. Left pedal pulling up. First time flying the little fella here in a bit. And actually I'm going to set down and pick up again. Just because it's going to mess up all my pedals and stuff, so I don't know where I'm at. I want a cleaner pickup than that. There we go. So, yeah, here we go. Off we go, boys. Taking off directly from the ramp. Dude, partying here already. Yep, Robinson R22. I figured I haven't flown this yet. That was kind of the whole reason of me getting into flight sim in the beginning. So we're going to pick the absolute slowest, most underpowered thing that is available to me. And we're going to run it. So. Oh, now it's that. My flight path did load. Okay, whatever. On this way-ish. Yeah, exactly, it's the sky crane. Get your head out of your ass. I wanted to try to get the picture, like, set up of me. Shut up, you do not have low rotor RPM. You're just being picky with a throttle because your little governor thing is not working. And that's not my fault. Yeah, big day. Today's our last full day in the continental U.S. So there's that. That's kind of the big news, if you will. Just gonna turn all that crap off. And we'll just pull this up every once in a while to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Because for some reason it's not working on my little screen down there. So I've got no idea where we're going. Unless this works. only I can move it around and do stuff with it. That would be wild. That would be amazing. But we got the smallest helicopter that we can. What's our direction here? 2-4. 2-4, 2-5. Sick. Tomorrow, yeah, we're there. I think we're gonna have like 2 days of Canada. Either way, I could do the Chinook or the Super Puma and have the fuel range to do a jump straight up to Alaska, I believe. But I'd rather not, because that would be an extremely long flight. And even though that's not that bad of a thing, we're just gonna leave this up so I'm not getting too far off. I just wish I could move it. Ugh. Actually, I'm going to set down real quick for safety, obviously. And I'm going to see if I can hop out of VR mode, move that down near where a tablet would be mounted off the side of the center stack. God, this gun thing sucks. Wish that worked better. So I wouldn't have to manipulate the throttle this entire time. Dude, harvesting here is going to blow. Look at all these rocks out here. Sit down right next to this little clump of grass. Okay, let's see. Pop out of VR mode. Hop in VR mode and see what this looks like. Oh, it's a separate window, and that's not what I want. Let's see. Well, it is neat. Wish I could put it on my... Oh no, now it's vertical. Crap. I wonder if I can zoom it out. And go back in. It's so big now. Ugh. Why? I'll move it now. Imagine what it would be like to test your product beforehand. Well, our pooch. Oh, no, 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 don't do that lean back crap. Oh well, we'll survive. Except I can't survive not having Okay, anyways. That did move it. So can I move you, like... way off? Way low? Okay. I guess. Dude, I had to explain that marketplace listing to somebody the other day. Yeah, this is fixing up. We'll deal with it. I still can't believe Armory Forge doesn't have stick support in for console. It seems like a small brain move for people that would enjoy doing that sort of thing, you know? Because there are obviously people that are like, we're 10,000 hour Arma pilots or whatever, and this is what flying looks like. So like, I mean, I know a lot of them would be PC people. I mean, why not open that up to the non-PC people? Why not let somebody else? I mean, the controls work. I mean, me and you've used it on Microsoft Flight Sim with each other. So why not let it work with other people as well, you know? I think if you were to guess what the flight physics are, if it got harder, they probably made it more realistic. Okay, Jake. Yes. So, my technological skills are questionable at best a majority of the time. I think I said the other day, it's like I can handle hardware stuff alright, you know, like, cool, if it's a physical item, then I can usually use it and get it figured out. But as soon as you start getting into, like, software things that are just, like, not designed to be looked at or changed or questioned, then it's SOL, you know. Like on this one, this is obviously a failure from Microsoft for this. Like, my mouse can't do anything, my pointer can't do anything, it's just a dead dumb screen there. And that's dumb. It's dead and dumb. Adjust my seating position a bit. Look at this ground down here, dude. Idaho, kind of pretty. So I've never done Arma. Does it have like a full scope of things to do? Or like you say, supplies and transport, like how, like the supply part, how does that work? Is it more like the Battlefield supply thing where you have a support role and you can drop ammo boxes, or is it legitimately like, okay, cool, like you can get a supply helicopter, go and land somewhere and do that? Some kind of ground effect because you really have to fight the landing more. Interesting. And I guess it is kind of nice having this set up as vertical, because then I can go further off left or right of the line. But still kind of annoying. Sean, you still down south, or you coming back north for going to work tomorrow? Also, did your parents say thank you for me being concerned about them? I don't know if you heard me mention that to remind them that I cared about them. Honestly, what do minimal height requirements mean when the ground everywhere looks like it's Microsoft Flight Sim 95 and this much cool like features and stuff? Like, fly normally? Sorry, no, not gonna happen. Today's too beautiful to just go in a big straight line. Interesting. Actual supplies. Wasn't Arma 3 kind of a big thing? Whoa, hello wind. Wasn't Arma 3 kind of a big thing back when, and people had like roleplay servers and stuff for that? I feel like I watched back in the day like a roleplay games of Arma, of people being like drug cartels and cops and police chases and shootouts and stuff like that. I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't know. I feel like that was a big Arma 3 thing. What do you think? Is that a mountain bike path? Look, although it looks like there's 2 tracks on it. Could be like a 4-wheeler path or something for it. Look at this. This is so cool. Dude, owning this valley, like if you had the funds to like own both sides of this, damn. You have the coolest view. Fly in the canyon. Hell yeah, brother. You don't have to tell me twice. Hope everybody had a good Easter. Got some good family time. Read that same story that you've heard a million times and you still get something else from it. That beautiful day. Something I learned completely unrelated to that is apparently holidays and food make me tired. It's not the food itself, because I didn't have turkey today. I had steak. And it was still doing the thing to me. So, you know, people do that on Arma 3. I've recently, when I say recently, I mean like 2 years ago, I've gotten into watching, it's like my cool down stuff at night. It's like I'll go to work during the day or have my full day's worth of activities, whatever. And then once I get home, eat dinner, do all my things, and it's dark and I'm relaxing for the night, I don't watch TV. I don't turn on the TV. I mean, I turn on the TV. I watch YouTube. I don't watch Netflix. I don't watch movies. I don't care for TV shows. I do the YouTube thing. He is risen, Jake. Hell yeah. Before I go down this rabbit hole, I did see something where it was like, what a weird long play game from the devil to make people, like, if you see something bad happen, you go, oh, Jesus Christ. And you start associating that name with bad. And then we say, hell yeah. Which I've never thought about that until I saw that. I was like, how much of that is bad? How much of it is somebody just trying to stir the pot or make people think? What extent do you want to watch your vocabulary and stuff? But, anyways, something to ponder. That's way more theological than I've ever thought to really dive that rabbit hole. But it is something to think. But anyways, back on to the role-playing stuff. I got into watching a GTA 5 roleplay server called OCRP. A couple of big YouTubers on it. Like, one of them was a big-ish flight sim streamer. He's got like a couple million followers YouTube, but he doesn't just do flying, he does a lot of gaming stuff. Jeff Fabiano, and he's like an owner of the server as well, and like Bay Area Bugs. A couple of bigger names in the GTA, or just in the gaming, whatever, space on YouTube. But I've been watching their server for a couple of years, and it's GTA 5, a game that's been out for how many years now? And then the 5M add-on server, whatever, changed so much. And I think Rockstar actually purchased 5M. So now they'll hopefully integrate server, or like customizable server stuff into GTA 6 when it drops. But yeah, I've gotten heavier into watching it. It's just fun content, because at the end of the day, like, I don't want to say they're a super strict rules server to watch, because there's a lot of places like, okay, cool, if you mess up, you have to go to jail for hours, or your character does. And like, if you want, you have to pay monthly fees to be in there. It's like, well, they don't charge anything for members. Of course, the members are also vetted to get in there. This is cool. Like, the wind here is moving me up and down all of those. I wasn't touching the cyclic or collecting on that. But anyways, should probably go. Oh, we're still on path. But anyways, it's just like improv comedy in the digital format, which is neat. Like, their cops are what they say, like, go all of our police officers on the servers. What grounds the server in reality? Like, they have to follow the rules. You can't have corrupt cops. They have to do things by the book, like, whatever. So like, you can't like get in a police chase and get pitted immediately. So it's not like a GSP simulator. But it's like, man, it's just improv comedy, and I thoroughly enjoy watching it. But I'm very curious when the new one comes out to see how much different it feels in GTA 5 when it came out. Because people have done a lot of mods to make driving more, I don't want to say realistic, or flying more realistic, but it has a whole bunch more settings and add-ons and stuff that you can do to make it more catered to whoever wants to do different things. So if you want to get in and you want to fly planes and stuff, like, you can map a whole bunch of stuff to controls, and it's a much better plane flying experience. Same thing with driving or helicopters or boats. Or it's just it's a game that can cater to a lot of people. And I'm curious how much that's going to change for the factory stock game in GTA 6. And of course, I'm not going to move over to that as a replacement for a flight simulator. But it'd be neat to have a server with all the homies where we can get on and do things together, you know? Well, this governor thing's annoying. I'm gonna fight that. You have no reason to do that. Chill. I'm not asking that much out of you. What are you doing? But it's okay. I will fight you this entire time. We have to do a leg in the continental U.S. with the Robinson R22. Done? Can I leave my throttle on full and you're just going to do the governor thing now? Or are you going to play dumb? Okay, we'll see. So if y'all couldn't see, which you probably can't, whenever the low rotor RPM horn would come on, it was a pulling back on the cyclic and lowering the collective at the same time to help build the rotor RPM back up. So I was letting more air move up through the rotor system. Basically throwing an auto rotation type deal at it, but not actually going into an auto rotation. could have just followed the canyon, but I didn't know which way that was going to go. But we are going to have to gain altitude regardless, because we're only at 1,500 feet right now. I'm not saying I want to top Mount Mount St. Helens or Rainier, because we'll be going by those eventually. But it would be neat, you know. Also, I want to say I saw a video about this, but Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington were like petitioning to break off from the coastal areas and turn into their own state, which I think's hilarious. That there's, I mean, like you look at this, like this is not city people shit right here, obviously. Like none of them are going to live out here and find the enjoyment in this as far as life out here. They do their traveling, they drive their little Subarus out, and they go hiking or camping with $50,000 worth of accessories from their local REI store, and they oh man, we're just big nature people, we love it. And then they go and they live in a concrete box, on a concrete pad, in a concrete jungle, surrounded by nothing that's good for them. And the only thing that's nice is the water, because they're by the ocean, or one of the rivers feeding into the ocean, being Seattle or Portland. It's like, at what point is that, I don't want to say better, because like better is all relative, you know. But at what point does that become obviously not as a healthy choice or healthy thing? Let's see. You're definitely off path there. Doing a 2-4-2-6 heading. Yeah. Yeah, like what point does, or how do you not realize that you're not meant to live like that? Like what does it take for somebody like that to realize that this is how it should be? I don't know, I also don't want them out here. I don't want them to ruin it. Because it has to be a complete mentality shift, in my opinion, to put yourself somewhere like this and to not ruin it by changing it to what you were used to in the past. I don't know. A lot to ponder. Is that wind farm out there or something? Stop! Goodness. So picky. Maybe also because I'm flying you over speed. It's neither here nor there. Don't judge. Also, if it is okay with you guys, or I'll put it up to a vote and let you guys discuss. But once we make it to one of our fuel stops, do we change helicopters or do we continue flying Pokey the Caterpillar here? I'll let you guys decide. Because I've done some changes the past few episodes at our fuel stops, just to keep it different and to keep something, to keep it chunky, you know, like if I can do a full day's flight with just a single helicopter, single tank of fuel, then it's nice to kind of keep that. But if it's something where I need to stop anyways, why not change? Because I'm not keeping the same helicopter regardless throughout the entire season. Dude, Illinois doing that, just like dumping Chicago. Like, okay, cool, Chicago and I guess like any larger city center like Springfield, whatever up there could be considered a less than optimal place to be. But also it's like, how much of the state do you give away? Or how much do you break off to a type of thing to where it's you're not cutting off a county that 60% wants to be seceded from the main state, but it's also right next to wherever, or it's next in line for development, because the new laws of a new state could help change that. And it's like for Georgia, it's like, okay, cool, like Atlanta, obviously we want to break that off, and a lot of the metro Atlanta areas. A lot of metro Atlanta areas are also in a pretty good area, you know? But then again, like you look at Macon, Georgia's like in the dead center, and it's not the best. It's like, okay, cool, split Georgia just below Atlanta. Well, North Georgia's the mountains. South Georgia's the plains, and a lot of the mountain people and the plains people have a lot of similar political views and religious views and stuff like that. So it's, do you put those in two different ones, or do you just like section off Atlanta and be like, okay, cool, Atlanta's got to fend for itself now. The metro Atlanta is now fending for itself. Let's see. The Osprey is in the games. Yeah, it's a bit slow. Osprey is in the game, but it's a downloadable model. I have not downloaded it, and I really don't plan to. Not because it's not cool. Of course, if this becomes like a big thing for me in the future, after 100 episodes of this, if it's like, okay, cool, there's a bit of an income coming off of this, and I can reinvest into doing this. But if it doesn't do that, I don't have a purpose of buying the Osprey, because there's probably absolutely zero way, shape, or form that I will ever be flying an Osprey. So for my current usage of what I'm doing this for, it's not worth the investment for me. Like, well, it's not worth the $50 or whatever it is in the marketplace. Isn't their cruise speed like 280 knots or something? Like they can get down and go. But yeah, it's like I did just want to fly this at one bit note, you know, just to be like, hey, you know, I'm flying the reason that I actually downloaded all this in the first place. Also, I will say, I'm not doing a lot of manipulations of controls, but that it is definitely doing a lot of wind things, to where I'm having to manage and fight the winds, which it's cool. It keeps you on your toes, and you got to keep your hands on the controls for the most part. I am riding hands off the collective, but most of the stuff I can correct with just the cyclic. I'm also trying to play the throttle too and keep the speeds in the green. So this is also like a good practice for it. You have a governor failure, and you need to use your left hand as a correlator. This is just cool country, you know? I've seen pictures and videos of, I mentioned it last night, like crop dusting through the Idaho hills that are the same biome as this, you know? But it's just so different than like what you see in Georgia. We have more rolling hills in Georgia. Nothing's that I know of is this aggressive, this consistently for this amount of space or size or whatever. So it's a very different thing to see. Very beautiful country. And I'm all for it. I'm all for Washington and Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon. breaking off to make their own state. Hello, trees that render in at the last second. And also, if anybody is an R22 pilot and they're watching my manifold pressure gauges there, I am aware that it is pinging high. That's because if I were to turn my throttle all the way up, just put myself in normal flight conditions, you can see my RPM is over-revving significantly here. It looks like the governor may have grabbed right there. I don't know. Either way, it shouldn't be doing that bit there of going that much higher over the level. It shouldn't be playing around this much. We should be hovering around like 102 to 104% rotor speed. So I've got my throttle turned down just a little bit, hoping that maybe it sees 101% input of my throttle, and it's saying like, okay, cool, well, he's obviously demanding more, so we're going to give him more. When really I just have the throttle set to where it should be doing what it should actually be doing. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I trust the equipment too much. But yeah, I was completely aware of my manifold pressure. Given the real thing, I would never let it get like that. But being the fact that we're just flying a little simulator thing around, I'm not going to put too much mind to it because I know it's just a fault with whatever my electronics are here. If this was real life, I would definitely be most likely, I think the procedure, I think it's governor off, and then we run it by hand at that point. But I'm just going to let it do its thing here because I think the focus is the fact that I have 300 hours worth of flying around the world to do, and I've only done I've probably done like 16 hours so far, so not bad, slowly chipping away. Oh man, big hill here, guys. Huh. Little strip mall, but I'm sure that's just a weird render-in sort of thing. Also, let's get controversial and demonetized for a video that isn't monetized. Did y'all see all the stuff happening over in that country that's kind of on the far eastern edge of the Mediterranean Sea, where they weren't allowing a certain group of people who believe that thing, you know? They weren't letting them go into the place that's kind of like the whole center of their belief system. So anyways, I worked out tonight to crusading music, unrelated. But don't worry, they're the greatest allies, so we're just gonna probably send them another $20 billion. What a cool place. Okay, maybe I'll go to Washington, Oregon to fly one day. This seems too cool. Which I'm sure once the journey begins in real life, I'll end up out here eventually anyways. I think it'd be neat to eventually work into some sort of safety program related job to where you can go and consult different operators and companies to better manage resources and keep their safety numbers up and their bad numbers down, you know. You would think you would use your main fuel tank. What do I know? seems like the governor's almost working. There we go. Stay in that green. That's what we want to see. No. Oop, are we at the river T here? Are we at the place? We at the place? Maybe. If so, that means we're getting towards our first stop, our first checkpoint. LOL Lopez, what's up? Just maybe a lake or something. Boy, if only I could use my mouse or my pointer and zoom out and move around on my screen. It's way too large right there. That would be... What is this ground here? It's got way more aggressive terrain, or the way it's cut through in these little plateaus and stuff. That's wild. And yes, I'm just pretending I have an open window. I think that the water definitely cut through here, and this is just different levels of erosion. Because I don't see any other way this would have been made this way. That's cool though. Also, if we're going to see Mount St. Helens, we're definitely going to want something a little bit stouter. Just to, you know, like, get up the mountain. In Rainier, I'd like to set down on the summit of Rainier. I don't think it's going to happen with this thing. So once we hit our stop, we'll do that. We'll hop over into the next step up, the Bell 206B3. It's not even a longer, faster, more powerful one. It'll be the more slow, easier next step version. Or at least next step for what we haven't downloaded. This geography's wild though. I'm very interested to see like what some of the Asian geography and formations are like. Hitting at a 2-4. Happy with that. Just living in this state and buying a Subaru and dyeing your hair blue and complaining. Don't see how you could. We'll see what the city's like later, though. Because we're not landing in Seattle, we're landing somewhere just past Seattle. But like as far north in the bay as we can without jumping up to an island or something. And then tomorrow we're going to snuggle. The next time we're going to smuggle something into Canada. Haven't figured out what, though. We're going to smuggle something into Canada. Give me ideas of what we should smuggle into Canada. Knock off maple syrup, maybe? I don't know if that's a thing. They probably know, though. I don't think the market would be too good for that, though. Smuggle firearms. They have a lot of rules against that. Robinson, you can give us some speed. But also stay level. We don't need to go down to get speed. We don't need to do that. like I could also do the Kabriji too. I just really don't like the helicopter. It's the second most look like a sperm helicopter that exists. The Enstrom would be the first most looks like a sperm helicopter. Apparently the Enstroms fly really nice though. They're just a weird company that's luckily been repurchased by people who care about it, and they're doing cool new things. I'll say they even have a new helicopter / engine combination that they're using now. I think it's just an upgraded engine on a pre-existing airframe. I think it's like the 480T, turbocharged 6-cylinder, like good power and everything. Extremely patriotic and illegal. Yeah, that's got to be firearms then, right? But they have so much stuff banned now that it's like, what could we bring in that's like not that? Here, we're gonna bring you free speech. Say whatever you want. We're gonna bring a pre-made set of gallows for them to use at their own discretion. We should bring the hockey sticks used by our team that beat their ass that time. Remember that? Bring them one of those. Ooh. Is that what I think it is? Or is that trees? Yep, those are power lines, but they're going this way. Okay, cool. We're gonna stay under those bad boys. Because even though power lines aren't a thing here, I'm still going to do my best to respect the lines, you know? And when I say respect the lines, I fly and I'm doing like a complete tool and asshole. Yeah, we're going to respect the rules. Let's fly way below VFR minimums. And we're not even crop dusting, we're just doing things. Healthcare that isn't free. We're going to bring them healthcare, but we're not going to let them kill themselves. Hey, we know you have depression, but, you know, we're actually going to prescribe you antidepressants. Boy, that's American. Let's give them a whole bunch of pharmaceuticals. That's what the kids love these days. All my homies love excessive pharmaceuticals for small things that don't actually need pharmaceuticals. You can just go outside and get sunlight and, you know, touch grass. Eat a steak. Butter, salt, done. Easy. Some of these valleys get really steep down there at the bottom. It's like a nice rolling hill into it, and then it just goes from a 20-degree angle to like 70 degrees straight down. I kind of wish that the stream had more people watching. Or enough, or just like one person happened to come in every day that lived in the areas that we were flying in, so we could learn like cool, unique facts about different areas. Because like I kind of do a little bit of research where we fly beforehand, so if it comes down to it, I can have some talking points. But to have somebody like in the area be like, oh yeah, dude, this whole river valley is great. They grow like the best grapes out here. Which I think this is more cherry area than grape area. But like to have somebody doing that, yeah, for Lincoln. That mountain looks veiny. Yeah, that mountain's veiny. I don't know how that happened. The mountain's happy to see you. Dude, honestly, this is the only way to commute. Imagine driving a car down this road. Oh, even better yet. Imagine driving a car down this road and having your homie me follow you in a helicopter because it's a rally race. You crest this hill, hard left, sliding, throwing dirt everywhere. Damn, that was a cool crest right there. What a view. So, speaking of cool views and crest and rallying and racing, earlier we saw or seen some footpaths or little tracks or whatever going down the side of one of those mountains where it looked like somebody rode four-wheelers or something. Airport here? Okay, bros, real quick, we have the opportunity to change to something faster now, or do we wait until we at least hit our first checkpoint? If I don't see anything from you guys when we get to this part, then I'm just gonna keep going straight. So we have like a 30-second delay thing. That's a little bitty airport, never mind. There's no buildings or anything there. Yeah. It's paved, but no buildings or hangars that would make it more realistic as a stop. But yeah, so anyways, there's this thing called like the avalanche bike races. And if you are not aware of those, I would definitely say look those up. You can find them on YouTube. And it's these races where you start at the top of a mountain. I mean, snow-capped. They are 14, 15,000 feet up. I'm sure it's somewhere I know it's somewhere in Europe. First checkpoint, which there is a helipad near that checkpoint. So we'll use that helipad and I'll do a discussion there as well. A boat or something underwater there. But anyways, it's called like avalanche bike races or mountain bike racing or something. And they start at the top of these mountains, like serious mountains. And it's like 1,000 people in each heat of the race. So everybody gets on their little gondolas and they ride up all the way to the top with their bikes. And they all get in line. And then it's a race down the mountain all the way to a town at the very, very bottom that has to be at like 500-foot sea level. I mean, if not lower. It is a full mountain valley town, and it's like a 45-minute to an hour-long run for these guys that are like front runners. For the people in the back that are slower, like it's a 2-hour ride, you know, having to wait for people in front of you. But I mean, it is intense. It is absolutely insane to watch because they're just mountain bikes. They're not dirt bikes. They're not powered. It's literally using gravity a good bit of the time. There's a few places on some of these runs where it's like you get down like the first part of the mountain, like below the snow cap, and it's all rocky. And they have to do a half-mile worth of like level ground with slight uphill to get to the next downhill thing. So people are huffing and puffing, and because I mean they're already like 10 minutes into the ride at that point, and it's a race, so they're all pushing as hard as they can. Then more downhill. Starts getting into more grassy sort of things, cutting through fields, going down these giant faces of mountains. They get into the woods. I mean, it is unreal watching this. I mean, it's for them to know that all these turns are coming up too, because they've done this event multiple times. For a 45-minute ride through the woods and down a mountain and everything, to remember all the turns. Or it's not like, okay, we're turning left on First Street and continuing on Main, and it's just paths through the woods. Of course, it's well marked, so you can kind of see, but they say like, okay, cool, there's certain switchbacks. Try to see if I can see a switchback on any of these little paths through one of these hills. Like, cool, this switchback doesn't have a flag marking the apex. So we can actually cut this one right here, and it saves us like a half second. And there's times where it's a freaking long run, like this here, where it's all relatively flat. And they're having to like pedal push themselves all the way through that. Like, cool, we're having to chase down person A or person B or whoever's in front of them. It's wild to watch. And then there's sometimes that these people will ride with a lower class. I think it's like a one-day event per heat or something, just because it's so many people. And I don't know if these people are doing it when it's... I've yet to look into the logistics or anything of this. But I would think that they have a whole bunch of much more professional riders doing it one way, or one day, one heat. And then they have some of the more novice riders doing another one, so that way you're not worried about clogging up the trails and whatever. The people that can go fast will go fast. But I've seen to where these people will start at the back of the pack and work their way all the way up to the front, passing hundreds of riders. It's super cool to watch. If you haven't looked up the Avalanche downhill mountain bike racing, don't leave the stream to go see that. I'm way more exciting. You see, I can even fly close to the ground. See, guys, you can follow me. I fly close to the ground in dangerous conditions. But yeah, it's super wild to watch, and seeing all these fields and the cut switchbacks and little paths or whatever, where it's game paths or whatever it is, you know, it made me think of those, which after we're done streaming tonight, I don't think I have any videos I want to watch tonight, so I may even turn one of those on, just because it's fun. Boy, I wish I could zoom out and see how far we were from our first checkpoint. I wonder if this will... Okay, we're getting there. First checkpoint's like right here-ish. So we're making our way downtown. Yeah, all these little switchbacks, that's what it makes me think of. And I'm also like an old school YouTube enthusiast. Like, if you look at my alt account, or really my main account, I guess this one is my main account now. It's the most subscribers and the one that I'm active on. But my other account, which happens to be this one, which I'm going to comment about it whenever I say it in the stream. So, yeah, my alt's this one that's commenting there now. Yeah, so I've had that one. Like, if you go back and look at, like, date joined, I mean, it's back in, I want to say, like, pre-2009. I want to say, like, 2008 or something. It's way back in the beginning days of YouTube. So I've been around watching stuff on here for a while, like before people made money, when there were people that were famous and viral for whatever reasons on YouTube, but they weren't making a dime off of it. Like, I watched the Fred YouTube channel, the kid that talked the voice changer thing. I watched that channel birth itself and die. I watched Annoying Orange back in the day. I was already deep into YouTube when all these people were getting into it, making money, and I've always said, like, man, I should do YouTube and try to do it, but I never did. I probably could have had 1 million subscribers by now if I ever actually stuck to it. But there's a lot to that as well. There's so much work, so much charisma, so much preparation that goes into being a successful channel. I don't think it's hard to make a video that will get X amount of views, or make a video that goes viral. There's some, like, there's viral in different ways, the way I see it. You can have the very well planned video that's highly rehearsed or highly thought out, and it's extreme and it's viral because it's extreme. And there's a lot of examples of that. Like, I mean, hell, even if you look at the Hoonigan stuff, with Ken Block doing all the Gymkhana videos, where I was like, oh my god, he's this viral sensation. And it's like, he has millions of fans who are probably going to watch the video 3 times. If you have 10 million people watch the video 3 times each, because they're all big Ken Block fans, and the video has 31 million views, was it really viral, or was it just a popular video that everybody that was into that thing liked? So I feel like there's a difference with stuff like that. But then there's other sorts of virals that hit the algorithm for certain reasons, or they pique people's interest for certain reasons. One I think you may have probably seen, because I feel like everybody that's watching this has got similar things that they've looked up in the past, whether it's camping or outdoorsy sort of stuff, or obviously airplane stuff, gaming stuff. But there's just one of it's I don't even remember the name of the channel, but it's this I'm just gonna say fat kid. You know, I mean, he overweight guy, probably 18 to 25 years old, somewhere in that age range. And it was like a 50 subscriber special, camping in sub-zero temperatures or something like that. And it's like, he made this video when he had like 50 subscribers. But the fact that it was just like, okay, cool, it's this guy doing something for this reason that most people wouldn't do something. I've watched the video, there's nothing special or crazy about it, but it was just such a unique thing. And that's a very natural, organic sort of viral, in my opinion. Obviously, when he posted it, probably didn't get 1 million views overnight. I mean, I'm sure it has since then. But when it came out, it probably only got a few views from his few viewers, which was mostly his mom and his family and a couple of his close friends. But for some reason, just the title and the thumbnail and everything worked in a way where people could kind of resonate, like, oh, cool, look at this guy, he's doing something. Hi, can you run? Yeah, that's my alt account. That's also Matthew. Wild, isn't it? So yeah, that's my original account there. I don't even know where Canyon Runner came from. I don't remember when I used it first, if I made an email back when I was a kid. Or, I mean, that was my RuneScape name back in the day. I've just had that name forever. I don't even know what the first time I used it was. It's just kind of always been part of Matt's identity, the Canyon Runner thing. I don't even live near a canyon. I don't even like running. It just sounded cool. Yeah, so like, viral is a moving target, in my opinion. Like, I have this one video on my channel, which a majority of my subscribers have come from. I'm hoping this series changes that. I'm hoping this kind of like leans more people for the helicopter thing and for the flight sim thing. Because I'm getting like 3 subs per stream right now. If that keeps up, and let's say at video 50 we're averaging 40 or 50 people watching, then more people will obviously come in and watch, more subs, and it will kind of snowball effect this type of video on the channel. But I had that one video where it's the like, metal garages or metal building garages aren't cheap, and I did like a breakdown of the actual cost of what the video was, and I made the video short. I didn't skip anything. I was like, okay, cool, we're gonna do this video about the cost of it. I'm going to tell you what the numbers are, and I'm not going to make you wait till the end of the video, but first I'm going to like thank my dad for giving me the numbers on what he spent on this building, so let's get into it. And then I went down, I did exactly what the cost of everything was. And I didn't make people like scrub through a 20 or 30 minute video of all the little ins and outs. Like, cool, here you go, here's the information you want, done. Also, here's some other things we could have changed that would have cost more, done. And that, like, I mean, you see my channel has 718, 19, whatever subscribers right now. That video has close to 100,000 views right now. In my opinion, even though it's been a year that it's been up, like, that video is more viral than a Ken Block video. Straight up, it is. Like, you look at the amount of people who watch it consistently, you look at the amount of people who watch it compared to the amount of people who are subscribed to me. Little airport right there. Like, in my opinion, that is a more viral video because if you want to look at it as like actual virus type things, like the initial infection of that video was only 250 or 300 people. That was it. That was the only amount of subs that I had when that video got posted. So for something that only 300 people saw at the beginning, for it to jump thousands of views in the first day or two, and then consistently get 500 to 1,000 views every day, or every other day since then, like, that's got a much stronger viral replication. Like, if you were to say, like, okay, cool, we started or playing Virus Inc. or whatever that game is where you make a disease and try to infect the world, it's like, cool, if you start something off with 30 million people that it's getting broadcast to initially, but only those 30 million people watch it. Of course, they watch it a few times to make it where it looks like there's a lot of infection numbers, but it's just the same people getting infected over and over and over again, versus something that's reaching 100,000 unique people. Like, viral subjective, in my opinion. And I think there are a lot of ways that you can... I was infected on those instantly. I've never heard of that. It sounds like a princess. Matt, I found out what you look like in 2014. Yeah, way back then, right? Last October, but yeah, I think there's ways that you can affect the growth. There's ways that you can tactically do it, you know. You can't just... Of course, you can just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Like the kid with that camping video. I think that... I don't think he was just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. I think that video happens to just be one of those genuine moments that people appreciate. Let's say 10. Yeah, close. And I think that's a genuine moment that people appreciate. So I think that's what was the big benefit for him. I said, I watched the video, like, there's nothing special that keeps bringing people back as far as like, oh cool, this is a superb piece of content for X, Y, or Z reason. Like, he had all the different camera angles, the good editing, there was a good storyline. It was just a genuine person doing a genuine thing, and it's ended up paying off really well for him. So, like, that's a genuine virality. I think a lot of the videos on this channel here will end up being like a long-term virality thing, because that's kind of the way I'm looking at this. Of course, I would like to have... It'd be dumb to say, like, okay, cool, like, I don't want to have a big enough audience that I can just continually post and, like, make a decent income from just doing what I want to do. Like, it's dumb and irresponsible to say, like, that's not what I want. But I'm not searching for that. I'm here to put out good content, and I'd like to build enough of an audience that appreciates what I do to where I don't have to come out of pocket to do something that I've wanted to do. I can say, like, okay, cool, let me pull it from the multi-shot mat business. I can build this thing that I've wanted to build for myself, but I think everybody else that watches me knows what I like to do, so they're going to enjoy me watching, and that's going to help fund this thing that I want to do for myself. That's a big thing on this idea behind this channel. It's like, I want to do it for me. But I also think it's possible for me to engineer, and for you to engineer with the plane spotting, to engineer views. Of course, there's a limit to what people are going to get. With plane spotting, there's going to be a limit to the people are going to watch that. But if you bring something different and unique to it, that's a big changing or a big selling point. Where if it's not just the same thing as everybody else. But at the end of the day, you're only going to get the people that are interested in that particular sort of thing. And if that's what you're shooting for, that's what you're shooting for. Just like if I only did Microsoft Flight Sim helicopter videos and I never did fixed wing stuff, which I don't really plan on doing, it's like I'm only going to get a very specific group of people to come watch it. And that's a self-limited audience by whatever directive or whatever ethos that your channel follows. Or your social account, or your mentality. Whatever it is. And that's something that I know I've locked myself into with this. But like I said, I also know my channel is not built or made or designed to get that out of people. My channel's built so that way I can have fun and do what I want to do. And I don't care if the video gets 3 views. I don't care if I have 50 people watching me or the 7 of you guys here or no people. I'm going to keep doing it because I enjoy doing it. And I think that will end up being a genuine selling point eventually for something. I'm sure I could sure as shit engineer something, because you can kind of look at a whole bunch of other people's videos and figure it out. But yeah, there's ways to put it. Anyways, I think we're heading just down here. I'm gonna pull this up. Let's see. Across the river. Which is that, obviously. And we're looking for a couple of straight lines out here ahead of us. Absolutely mad things to look for. After this month, I think my channel will be a few hundred subscribers because of plans. Nice. Yeah, and like, I think planning stuff goes a long way. I think if you want to build the growth, that goes a long way. I don't know if you ever listened to it, but Mr. Beast went on the Joe Rogan podcast a while back, which was super weird to hear. Not just because it was Mr. Beast on Joe Rogan, but because on his channel he obviously keeps it very, very family friendly. So that way you can play the number game. But he said the F word like 60 times on the podcast, and it was just a weird thing to listen to. But the cool or crazy or the whatever thing about it is that his channel was so premeditated that it's like it didn't have a chance but to not grow. If you didn't listen to it, what he said was that every day for like 5 hours a night, him and the other people around him that were his friends would get on a Skype call. They would watch every single trending video from YouTube. They would take notes on the thumbnail, they would take notes on the content, they would take notes on the timing of the video, the color grading of it, every single aspect they would take notes, and they would bounce that idea off of each other. And that's the sort of obsession that it takes to get to a point to where it's that level of success. And now, do I want to be a household name like he is, where he has a show on Amazon? No. That's a huge responsibility to take on, and that's not the direction that I'm looking to go in my life. But there's a lot that you can learn from watching other people who are successful. Like, I mean, I'm sure if I were to say Bob Surgery or whatever the guy's name is, you would know who I'm talking about because of his videos and how it relates to the stuff that you do, the stuff that you would like to do and post and share. Of course, he is a lot more military focused, but you probably know that name. And even if you're not a person who watches plane spotting videos, Bob Seguri, you've probably seen his videos before because he's the guy that posts the absolute metric tons of like military airplane videos and stuff, because he goes to like the Mach loop and he'll sit at the different bases and stuff like that. So we're going to use this helipad here. What we're going to play as our scenario is that we are an engineer for this water treatment plant and we're coming to work for the day, but somebody or something, our group, is going to let us use the business helicopter here, and we're going to go do some other exploring, and we're going to take a couple of people with us to Seattle as part of a business trip. So we're going to make this. I think there's a little helipad circle right there. Cool. Descending in. Tab, get that away. Don't know which way the wind is. There should be a tower right there, but that's not modeled. Trying to see which way the wind's playing me here. The wind's pushing that way, so I'm going to pedal turn to the left. We're going to do the world's most dangerous version of approaching a spot land, which is straight down. Especially in something that's underpowered like this is. Not exactly I won't say a smart move, but it's not the accepted idea of what's the safest way to do something. Where's my circle? We're back here. I wonder what this place is. I'm actually not going to set it down in the circle itself because we're going to spawn in another helicopter here and I don't want it to have any sort of conflict. So this is a small helicopter. Let's put it here in this little parking spot. Okay, cool, we're down. Hey, there's a name I don't see familiar in here. Sacktown Aviation, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I hadn't used the R22 yet in this series. And I was like, okay, cool, like that's going to be kind of the reason I downloaded all this in the first place. I'm not even doing the correct shutdown procedure, don't really care. But I hadn't used this yet, and that was kind of the whole reason that I downloaded all this stuff and bought all this stuff to begin with, was to learn how to hover the R22. But also we have a lot of ground to cover, so we're going to get something slightly faster, and we're going to do it more corporate as well, because we are kind of doing a corporate plant support. Okay, so yeah, you can still see the R22 there, so I wanted to offset the parking a little bit. We are moving to this up here. So there's arrival. Places we are checking out as part of our trip. Let's go ahead and change helis. Okay, what do you guys think for corporate? Are we going to be in a corporate Airbus 145 2-engine? Oh no, I said we're going to do the 206B3. That's what I said. We're going to stick to that. Because that's kind of like your first step into turbines in a lot of cases. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep it as a beginner helicopter day, if there's ever such a thing. Dehwaff. I like Dehwaff. It doesn't look that bad. T-Pose, what up, dude? Yeah, that looks good. Cool. We'll go with that. The first live stream I tuned into was you flying the R-22 in Atlanta Motor Speedway. You were doing hovering and some cool stuff in the parking lots. Hell yeah. You know, like I've said before, it's like I downloaded this and bought all those peripherals and stuff specifically for learning how to fly an R-22 and hover it and do all the important maneuvers and stuff with it, because that was the plan. I hope that this takes hours and hours and hours off getting my private. And Chuck, the guy that was in here the other day, he said he did exactly that. Augusta. I don't have an Augusta. I don't think there's any Augusta models, actually. Add. 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 I don't want either of those. Add. Back. No! Damn it. Does it still have the flight plan? Please tell me you still have the flight plan. No. Okay, it's not doing that bad. So that's still arrival. Where were we? We were here-ish. Yeah, plant support facility. Set as departure. Okay. JXT Simulation Bell 505 is a great freeware helicopter. Realistic sounds, opening doors. Probably the smoothest helicopter I've ever flown. Only available for 2020. Okay, so it doesn't cross into 2024. That sucks. And things like, I don't mind paying for a helicopter. I'm in a place where I have some money to play around. Not a whole bunch right now, obviously, with which I haven't seen you in here before, but you'll hear my life story here in just a second. But I don't mind buying a helicopter to play with if it's something that I can realistically fly in the future with getting a helicopter license, because that's part of my plan. I downloaded all the 2020s, or 2020, 2024. I bought peripherals, so I have a cyclic, I have a collective, I have pedals, throttle. I'm not using like an airplane setup and remapping stuff. I bought a setup specifically for helicopter stuff, for this reason. Ooh, did I keep it real time? I think we might change time just because I still want to see stuff that's part of the experience. Oh no, I said it already run. That's no good. I don't want to run. I want to go through the startup procedure. Off. Off, actually. Come on. Yeah, I want to start this bad boy up. That's one thing that sucks about like starting on the helipad. It's like, okay, cool, we were going to start you running. No, I don't want to start running. Maybe. I do try to, as far as my thumbnails, I do try to put a place that we're actually going to fly in that video. And the needle is in the thumbnail. So, here, stop the blades. We're starting from nothing. Okay, blades stopped. Cool. I am slightly tall. I'm going to shrink a little bit. And also what I want to do, I want to change the time a wee bit because I don't want to fly dark. because we're sightseeing at the end of the day. So let's see. The 206 startup procedure. Battery switch to on. Anti-collision lights and on, so that way people don't run into our rotors. As we can see, our fuel valve is off, so we're going to turn that on. We have fuel pressure. A little bit of screen tearing for me there, no big deal. I'm going to go ahead and turn avionics on because I like to see what's going on with all this stuff. We're going to hit the start button there. We're going to watch our N1 increase, and about 15% we're going to click our throttle. Is it making sound? Or are we soundless right now? Oh, we're making sound good. Nice. We can take that starter off and go to generator. Pitot heat on. Position lights on. And of course, this thing has weird settings since this is the Cowan. When the flying side one's much more accurate, but this one will want to try to take over with the throttle and ram it all the way up to operating speed. But we're good to go. I want doors on, if possible. Is that possible? Can I put doors on? Nope. Oh, there we go. Sick. Okay, cool. Scoot back forward. I'm literally just clicking around. Oh, I did not mean to click that. Why don't I have doors? The hinges don't do anything. Ugh. We'll try it more once we get in the air. Anyways. Yeah, so I got all of this stuff because I want to learn how to fly helicopters in real life and get out of my current job. But Matthew, why do you want to get out of your current job? Good question. I work in the film industry. I'm an armorer and a props person. Okay, slowly up on the collective. A little bit of left pedal, back on the cyclic. Hover established, we're on the green. I'm going to do more of a max performance style takeoff over these trees. Bank out to the left a little bit. But yes. Anyways, I work in the film industry. I'm an armorer, so I handle the guns and props and stuff like that. And part of doing that is being extremely annoyed at people all the time and having to deal with strikes and working sometimes and not working other times. And it's not fun to because it's like I'd rather work. I'd rather. Oh, we're getting wet in here now. Boy, I wish my door worked. I'm literally just clicking everywhere. Please give me a door. Hell yeah. I don't even know what I clicked, but we're taking it. So anyways, let's stabilize our flight. So yeah, I want to get out of the film industry. It's nice sometimes because I can work for 6-7 months or whatever out of the year and be financially fine and more financially secure than a lot of people. But I don't like the unsureness about it. I don't like being not consistent enough to make any sort of financial plans or decisions, buy a house, take out a loan, do whatever. So I'm looking for a new job. And I want to fly helicopters because it's challenging, and that's something I want. I want something challenging. So what we're flying over right here is LIGO. LIGO is the place where it's an observatory, and it's where they look for gravitational waves. They have a laser that shoots from one end of this tube like 2.5 miles down to the end of the other tube, and the same thing on this side. And when they do that, they can measure how much the end of each of the tubes moves, and that's kind of like, okay, cool, the gravity changes a little bit between here and there, like if there's an explosion of a star somewhere else in the galaxy, it sends out gravitational waves, and as those waves pass through here, it passes through at the speed of light or whatever, but they can measure the difference of the location of the end of the tube versus where the center or the origin is. So that is the LIGO Center. I believe that's what it is. I knew that it was out here, but I couldn't remember what it was, but seeing the shape of it, I believe it's the gravitational wave thing. Anyways, we're heading up to our next spot now. But yeah, so I'd like to get out of the film industry so that way I can be consistent and have some sort of consistent and predictable job. Like I said, I do enjoy working 6-7 months out of the year. It makes for good doing stuff, you know. I get to have fun. You know, I get to do a lot of things a lot of people don't get to do. But man, it would be nice to be able to say, like, okay, cool, I know I'm going to be employed for the next, as long as I want, as long as I don't mess up and get fired or something happens with the company and they lay off. So that's part of the goal, part of the mindset of that. But so yeah, what I did, I flew around Atlanta Motor Speedway a whole bunch around the parking lot, learning how to hover. And I don't know if you were on the other night, Mr. Plane Spotting, but the newer guy that was in here that said he wasn't going to be back until this coming Saturday. Yeah, I think you and him were talking, right? Because at the end I went over to Switzerland or wherever and chased some animals around with a helicopter. Which that wasn't quite hovering stuff. That was more like aggressive mustering and flying and just doing weird shit. Oh yeah, because I did the backwards auto rotations and stuff there also. Yeah, so I downloaded this thing so that way I can learn to do things and save money, and I had a guy drop in the other day, Chuck, and he kind of confirmed my suspicion as far as, wait, it's not going to take me by that place? Okay, no, that's a different line. I'm dumb. Okay, cool. This other place that we're looking at right here is the spot that does all the manufacturing of nuclear assets for nuclear power plants. As far as I'm aware, this is the place. So when you need little rods of plutonium or uranium or radium or whatever, that's all refined and processed at this location to then be distributed to everywhere else. Look at that shit. It's not even taking me to freaking... So I can't trust the GPS on the screen. I have to use my tablet, which is going to be there. Dumb. Yeah, even if you're not participating in chat, you're here in spirit. I'm being your little side screen. Your side screen. I'm the side chick. Yeah, so this is the place that does nuclear radioactive material refinement and stuff for usage. And probably bombs too, if we're being honest. Like, I don't think they're going to build too many of these places that do that sort of thing. Like, oh man, which nuclear material refinement place do you want to use? We're just spoiled for choice here. No, I think this is probably it. What we should do Yeah, for personal purposes. Dude, I got uranium. Let's go. I got a load. It's for my personal purposes. Actually, I wonder if my left screen is appropriate. It looks like, or my right screen's, I think my flight director on the compass there. I think it's correct. We'll see what happens when I get up here and cross this place and hop on that flight director path. Yeah, I've got a whole cabinet full of uranium. I got into the uranium glass collecting a bit. It was something I had seen before, and I thought it was kind of neat. And then one of these last girls that I dated, a bitch, she was a antiquer sort of person. Went to antique stores, found neat, cool things. Sometimes keep it for herself. Sometimes flip it to go sell or use somewhere else. But since I started going to antique stores with her, I was like, hey, wait a second. There's this thing I've always been aware of, but I've never done. And so I started doing the collecting of uranium glass with her. So I have a little cabinet full of uranium glass, which really I can get rid of most of it over there. I don't have any attachment to it. But I do have a blue radioactive chicken dish that I would like to keep. We should make a town right there. Don't smoke detectors. I feel like they do. I feel like that's a thing that I've heard somewhere or somehow. Don't know why I've heard that. But I do think they have some trace amounts of some sort of radioactive material. There's a lot of stuff that has radioactive material that people are just completely unaware of for whatever reason. Which honestly, I don't know if new smoke detectors do. Do I even know how smoke detectors work? Probably not. I know I've seen smoke detectors for bigger venues where it's a laser beam, actually. And it will shine a laser beam from one side to the other side of these bigger, like church sanctuaries or event spaces or whatever. And if it picks up the reflection of that laser and it senses any amount of distortion or discoloration or whatever the laser, that's part of the smoke alarm system. Which is neat, I guess, but I don't know why a normal smoke alarm wouldn't work, or a normal like security system company's smoke alarm wouldn't work, because I feel like technology's good enough now to where that shouldn't be that big of an issue. But that's also not anything I'm exactly highly educated on. Chirp! Hey, wait a second. Did y'all hear that? No, that's just the sound that the hallway makes sometimes. I do have a theory on that, though, Jake. Just like there are some people that are colorblind or whatever, is it possible that there's a genetic thing that makes people ear deaf or sound deaf to certain pitches and tones? Because I feel like it's so universally seen and noticed. They're like, they have to know. There has to be something that's like, hey, this is like, you have to know. I don't see how you couldn't know. Like, if somebody points that out once, like, that would get around so... I feel like you'd get around to the community quickly enough. You better listen up. I actually know somebody who didn't have a sense of smell. Like, clinically did not have a sense of smell, and people wouldn't believe her. But that's a dangerous thing to have if your smoke alarm doesn't work or goes out or something one day and you don't smell the smoke. Sorry, unless you start getting too hot in bed. Or the light of your burning door wakes you up and you're SOL. Yeah, the whole smoke alarm thing. It's how. Like, I just don't get it. Like, there's like, I have friends that I think are like pretty smart people, you know. But then they call me one day, and they're talking, and I can hear it. And I'm like, you know better. I'll send you $3 for a 9-volt. Also, why are they 9 volts still? Can we grow up? Oh, man. It has been a day. Oh. And I gotta take Dino to the restaurant tomorrow, because we were supposed to go yesterday. But my friend was having their 1-year-old daughter's birthday party. So I had to go there and be a homie, hang out, say hey, dropped off the toy helicopter, which the 2-year-old son quickly adopted as his, because I had given him a toy helicopter before. I've corrupted the youth in that household for sure. Why is my house getting hazy? Man, somebody smoking a joint in here again? Well, yeah, it's a conundrum to me how just that subset of people don't hear it. That's why I think there's a possibility of it just literally tone deaf. But anyways, went to the 1-year-old's birthday party. Super fun. I don't think I told the story yesterday. Or the whole story. So I'm over there. And everybody kind of leaves at the end. Me and my friend are sitting there talking for a while. And the wife brings the kid inside. She's like, okay, bud, time to go get a bath. So, of course, he takes his pants off, starts running around the house, getting ready for the bath. She gets the daughter up there, and she's already bathing him, and he comes up. And as soon as he puts his feet in the tub, he's like, I gotta poop because they're potty training right now. So she puts him on the toilet, and he starts reading his little book, or pretending to read a book. And like a minute later, we just hear her up there go, holy shit! Come up here and look at this! So he goes up there and looks, and he goes, Matt! You have got to come up here and see this thing. This 2-year-old kid laid a turd the size of my forearm. None of us could believe it came out of him. Like, I'm still I would completely believe it. They're like, you know, we were messing with you about that the other day. We had already put that in there, and we were going to trick you to see it. I would believe them. Like, it's more believable to me that happened than that a poop the size of a fucking school bus came out of this child. And they were keeping M&Ms in the bathroom for like rewards for potty training. And she was like, you can get 3 M&Ms for this one. Like, holy crap. Like that, I haven't done one that big in years. Just impressive. Also terrifying to imagine what that would have been inside of the diaper had it come out and gotten to that point. Let's see. You didn't corrupt them. You started an aviation career at a young age. Yeah, hopefully they follow through with it. Like, it's going to be a pain in the ass for me to get transferred in. Like, boy, how easy would it have been if I had decided that I was going to do this at like 18. Or if I was like, you know what, I'm going to go into the military and do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that. Just pick an easy career path in the military. Get my GI Bill. And then go down to something like Embry-Riddle in Daytona, or out to Oregon to Hillsboro out here. Or whatever college that has a Part 141 is the college school. Yeah, but like to have a college program where it's acceptable for the VA to pay for flight school, which apparently some schools don't follow or go into the right requirements for it, or whatever. But either way, like, wouldn't it have been nice to do that? if I had thought about it. Because for me, it was always the helicopters seem unattainable. You know, like standard career airline pilots, like that seems like an attainable aviation career. You go, you fly a plane, it's relatively cheap to fly the planes to get the hours, comparatively to helicopters, which are significantly more hourly rental. And there's a billion airplanes out there flying in a billion different places and directions and whatever. But there's only so many helicopters. There's so few of them. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, everybody who gets out of the military as a helicopter pilot probably goes into a civilian career as a helicopter pilot, which apparently isn't true. Apparently a lot of them are like, okay, cool, we did that. Let's go get an office job. Or let's go start a coffee company. Or let's sell some t-shirts with skulls and nods on them. But yeah, I always saw the helicopter side as more of a veteran's game. Not that it's something they could only do, but it's just like financially, like that was the way that it made sense. So I never looked too hard or too heavy into it. There is no way. Yeah, dude took a huge shit. As dumb of a story as that is, like, it was so impressive that all of us were just like, there's no fucking way. Dude, what a cool little ridge this is right here, too. Like, it's like the mountain here is still basically fields and everything. Ooh, good updraft off that as well. So you're not, like, changing the color or the type of foliage on the ground. But, I mean, this is still like a valley down there. That's definitely more plains or whatever to the south there. Dude, Washington's just a unique state for geography, this whole Pacific Northwest. Auburn, yeah, I've seen a couple of their planes sometimes. There's also Auburn University Flight School, Flight and Falcon Field, another thing. Does Flight accept VA, or not VA, but I guess the VA, but the GI Bill? But yeah, I've seen a couple of the Auburn planes before. Whenever I drop by KHMP up here next to the racetrack. I've seen a couple of Auburn planes either coming in or landing or parked or whatever, but I've noted them a few times. But yeah, it's like the airline path seems like it's so much more attainable just because, like I said, there's so many airplanes flying for airline type work. And even past that, there's a lot of other airplanes flying for non-airline type work. I mean, you have private planes from all different sizes. I mean, like one of the biggest YouTube creators that did aircraft stuff is Steve-01 Knievo. And he was flying a TBM 850 or something back when it was the 850s. Now it's like a 940 or 960 or something. But he was flying the TBM 850 for a private party. I believe it was that might have been a company, but he did that, and he also did some I think caravan work too down in the Bahamas and stuff. Island hopping, smaller groups or cargo or whatever. It's like there's an abundance of fixed wing jobs. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of wind coming up off this hill. I'm feeling it. Yeah, there's an abundance of fixed wing aviation jobs. So I've even now, within the past week or so, while I'm still super hardcore, want to do helicopter stuff, like that's the end goal no matter what, is I want to fly helicopters. Part of me goes like, okay, cool, like what sort of path and money and everything else related am I going to have to spend to get to a point, and how long am I going to have to, I'll just say, suffer at a lower pay scale until I'm at a place where I'm making big utility pilot money or big air medical money. And like, while I know having a job that makes money doesn't always make you happy, but flying airlines, there's a pretty solid path for helicopter pilots to go fly airlines, where they'll cross you over and stick you in a regional or something like that. It's just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to sit on autopilot. I don't want to wait for days where I get 4 days a month flying because I start out as an SIC, filling in whenever people are off or whatever, or sick. You'll ever get like a hair in your ear and it just tickles you but you can't find it or get it out? I think I got it that time. So sorry for the jerking around there. But yeah, it's just like I don't know what area of worth it is for me. Those armor planes are always in CSG. They get repaired or something. Okay, yeah. Up here, Columbus probably has a pretty decent airport down there for general aviation. I think like the best one up here would be, or south of the city, would be Falcon Field in Peachtree City. But it's not until you get to PDK going north that you really start getting a whole bunch of industry type things up there. Kennesaw is not bad, but it's like a bigger, I think Kennesaw is actually an international airport too. I think they have customs there. But I don't think Kennesaw is I mean, I know it's not. It's nowhere near as busy as it is if you go to PDK. We'll do some ground carving here. But I mean, there's a lot to consider trying to get into the aviation career. Part of me wishes I had thought about it earlier and made that a priority, because there's a lot of scholarships available. And it was definitely cheaper back in 2009 when I graduated also. Not cheap by any means, but definitely cheaper. But I also don't know how much I would have matured to be at that point to get into it. Like, of course, now getting in, I'll be competing for jobs with guys much younger. And I think having a bit of a resume outside of flying will be good for me, because it'll show the ability to do other stuff around the shop and help out and be an asset to the company outside of just flying for bad weather days. But I don't know how much. But either way, I'm not going to let that keep me down or hold me down. But it does bring into question some things, like, would I be better off going as a corporate pilot to fly jets while also doing my rotorcraft license? At that point, you know, I could do 2 different aircraft for the same client, you know, and also make a substantially larger sum of money doing jet stuff. Yeah, Newton Coweta does pretty good. They're recently growing up, and they were smaller a bit ago, but they're getting a lot of newer industry put in there. Perry International Airport. Let's see. Voice to text. Perry International Airport. Take me there. Show me the damn thing. Are you talking about the one that's out in South Carolina? Is that... Do what? If you're talking about the one in South Carolina where it's a grass strip, that's wild. It looks like a dirt strip. Are they even planning on paving it? I was thinking of Perry, Georgia, obviously, because I have a friend that flies out of there a good bit. He's part of a club out there. I wasn't expecting a dirt strip in South Carolina. Oh, that's funny. I wonder why that is. Like, what is landing there that makes it an international? Like, I know that area of South Carolina is decent for horse type things. Horse breeding and training and stuff for some expensive ass horses. Yeah, they're not going to run Colombian shipments through it, you know? They drop those out of the airplane when they're over a body of water, obviously. But like, you look at Ocala, Florida, I think it's an international, but it's a nice paved runway because you have people coming in on Gulfstreams and Bombardiers and whatever else, you know, and but like, who would be flying far enough inland to Perry International Airport with an aircraft that's capable of landing at a grass runway? But even if it's a Colombian ship, like I said, they're not going to land there and run out their customs. I think that the thing that makes it an international is the fact that it has a customs officer that's available to be there. Which I'm sure there's no full-time customs officer there. But it's probably cool if you have a scheduled flight coming into that place, you'll have a customs officer with a customs place and the ability to do a full license search and processing of passports and everything else. Canadians. That's wild. I've got to look into that now. Unless you've already looked into it and you can tell me, but I'm going to have to look into that to figure out why the hell that's an international airport with a runway the size of one of these fields here. It's like I said, usually it's for people that are coming obviously across the border. Like, our finishing point here today is going to be an international. And the only reason it's really an international is because it's near the water up there in Canada and people are cross-bordering. So, also, holy crap, that Robinson slowed us down a lot. I know I started a bit later, but we're at 11:30 here. Thanks y'all for sticking in on a Sunday night. We found nothing? Wow, okay. Also, for those of you that are old school YouTube people, do y'all remember H3 Productions and iDubbbz and those channels? Anyways, iDubbbz did a Content Cop episode on H3 here recently. Okay, I've got to open up something in real life. And when I do that, do I want to pause or do I want to set down? And if I set down, are we going to do it the fun way? Yes, we are. Roll off the throttle, governor, switch off because it doesn't matter. But we're going to auto-rotate and set this bad boy down in the field. Really good. Speed here. Clear the trees. Flare. Pull up on the collective. We're going to skid it just a little bit. Cool, there we go. Let's get this bad boy Okay. I completely forgot I had the co-pilot there. Okay, let's see what you said. Google Maps, there are 2 questions for here. Can major airlines fly into here? And can planes fly from major airports? Those are people who don't use satellite view. Also, if y'all aren't using satellite view, what are you doing? If you're using Google Maps and you're not using satellite view, it's got bad news, you know. Sorry, taking a little zip fizz sort of thing. But yeah, shout out to that auto rotation that we just did. Now let's skedoodle and get back on course. Pop this bad boy up into a hover. That was a quick pop up. We're gonna sit down and do an easier pickup. Too confident in that. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing, being too confident with it, but a bad habit to be in. And there we go, much smoother. I'm going to do an easy in the envelope takeoff here. V1, rotate. Very nice. I don't get people who don't use satellite view, they scare me. Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, if you are, I'm just going to say all men, or anybody who has any sort of like conscious mentality of knowing where you are, wanting to not get lost, and if you always complain about not having any information to figure out where you are, and you don't use this absolutely free tool, because you all have unlimited data anyways, so it's not like you're sucking down data cost on your phone. If you're not using that to your advantage, then what are you doing? It's like, cool, if you're looking at a map like this on my left screen there, it's like, okay, cool, there's a river behind me and there's hills in front of me, kind of, at some point, versus this where it's like, okay, cool, I got a 4x4 square of fields over here to my right. Up in front, we can see there's a circle, the road goes one way. Like, it's just free information with satellite view. And if you can learn, like, okay, if you're just wanting a quick navigation path of point A to point B, you just say, like, okay, cool, I'm just looking at the blue line on the roads, and you can ignore the busyness around you. Because a lot of people are like, okay, the satellite view's too busy, it's just so much stuff on the screen, I just want to see this. It's like, look for the blue line. It's the same blue line that's on your normal thing. But the cool thing is, when you have the satellite view, you can see, when you're going down the road, if there's a gas station at the corner, or if there's a big field or a whole bunch of trees, or if there's whatever, you know, whatever visual cue, visual marker that you want to insert into the conversation, like, that's there, and you know, because you have the satellite view of what it's supposed to look like. As long as you have the understanding that seasons change, and sometimes it's going to be tan like that or green like that, especially with farms and fields, but to know that you're going to be driving through a field like this or whatever, like, okay, cool, I'm going down this field, and let's say there's a house inside those trees. If you just have an address, you're going to be looking for an address somewhere along here. But if you were to see like, okay, cool, there's a field, and the address dumps me to where these trees are in the middle of the field, then there you go, navigation done. You know where you're going to be at. Parking lots is a big thing. I don't want to say that I dated her. I was romantically involved with a woman a couple of times, and the second time that we hung out or whatever, we left her apartment that morning, and she wanted to go to an antique place up north of Atlanta. So we get in the car, we go eat breakfast or whatever, we head up there, and when we get to the place, let's just say it's called Antique Store, and it was a building and a parking lot next to a whole bunch of other buildings, and like obviously a very connected parking lot. Like there's no curbs, no nothing, just like it's a parking lot. And yes, I'm aware that's a past Matt. Future and current Matt is doing much better, but I'm still tempted by the flesh. But anyways, we we're at a red light, so let's say we're at this intersection right here. We're sitting at the red light here, or in traffic at the red light here, and we can see the building over here, but there's no entrance on this road. So it has us turn in, go down here, and then come, and it snakes us through the parking lot until we get over there. And as we're sitting at the red light, I'm like, oh cool, there it is over to the right. So we'll just kind of, like, I just kind of like acknowledge like that's where it was. And she follows I was about to say flight director, she follows the blue line, goes into the parking lot at the correct place, but then like follows the directions from Waze or Google or Apple Maps or whatever it is, like down the aisles that it tells her to go down to get over there. And I was like, you could have just driven straight down, instead of going up here, hitting this one here, hitting this one here, going up, going around, do this. It's like you could have pulled in, drove this way, then drove this way. Like the common sense should show that. But apparently not. Apparently we think a different way. Apparently our brains work slightly different to want to not just, I don't want to say blindly follow. Like I obviously don't think she was dumb enough to do the Michael Scott thing of driving into the water because the GPS told him to turn right at the boat ramp. But it's also like, okay, cool, why didn't you just drive through the parking lot? You've been driving for how many years and you couldn't just figure out to drive through the parking lot? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm the dumb one here. Maybe she knows something that I didn't. But you can definitely do better, you know? Like there's ways to do better. There's ways to do things to use your brain. Also, for anybody that's new watching, the reason I'm wiggly is my cyclic doesn't self-center. So if I need to move around or readjust myself, then all that translates into the flight. So my apologies to my passengers. But also get over it, you're the ones who got into a digital helicopter with me, so that's your own fault. Yeah, she was super cool. We enjoyed talking, had a lot of neat stuff, but that kind of threw me off a little bit. So, I'm sure that's something that you can train out of them, but we just kind of fell off talking, so whatever. It happens. Live and learn. Do better next time. Also, slowly losing hope for all of those around. Because I don't want to say, like, I feel like all the good ones are just taken now, but everybody's got 2 or 3 kids now and divorced and looking for love, and it's like, man, I want to start my own painting. You know, I don't want to pick up somebody's mostly finished painting. I want to start my own family, but I'm also in my mid-30s, so it's mildly selfish to assume that perfect example is going to be out there that hasn't already had that experience. Either way, whatever. We're chilling. If it happens, it happens. Can't believe I got in this thing with a random man. You gotta look at this. Like, I mean, if you don't want to ride, you can just hop out. But there's no parachutes in here, and I don't allow anybody to bring parachutes with them. So that's on you. Okay, what mountain is this one in front of us? St. Helens isn't a good bit. This is like Mount Adams or something like that. So what's our ground speed? Yeah, like a 10-knot headwind. Okay. Yeah, Matt, just fly freaking west around the world. The winds will be in your favor. Dumb idea. We'll just jump out when we get over water and go feet first, and maybe you'll be okay. Or if you throw somebody else out in front of you, you can jump into their wave because the surface tension will already be broken. You just have to hope that they're far enough underwater by the time that you hit that you're not going to run your legs into them. I was thinking about going east, but at this point for today's stream, we would probably be crossing, it might be an ocean. It'd either be the crossing of Greenland today, or crossing to Greenland, or from Greenland to Iceland. And that's just 3 hours of this with nothing but water. And while I know I'm going to have to do that eventually, I had the thought that it was like, I would much rather have that be like, cool, you've already done 85, 90 days of this going around the world. And that's more of a, cool, you've almost made it home. And I'm much more likely to not get very bored that easily. And I also feel like anybody finding me now, they're like, oh cool, this guy's 8 episodes in, let's see how his stream's going. If it's just me flying over water, I think it'd be like, oh man, this is boring. So it's a little bit of that, a little bit of like, this gives me a good 3 weeks of flight, or 20-ish days of flight before I have a major water crossing. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, crossing Middle America wasn't exactly exciting because a lot of it was just like fields and stuff. But, you know, conversation makes it better, and there is some things to look at. There is some form of rivers and roads to look at during the crossing that makes it more exciting than not. But, you know, an ocean crossing, there's nothing. We're literally just looking at blue the entire time, and I kind of wanted to have more people in chat when that happens. 70 or 80 episodes in, I expect more people to be in here. It's just statistics on how that works. And also, like I said, it'll be cool, we've almost made it home thing. Because then it's just a matter of making, like, those 4 crossing days. And then which it might go quicker since we won't be doing detours for tourism. But like 4 crossing days, and then we make it down the Atlantic coast. We swing by Florida to see Cletus and the Freedom Factory down there. Swing by Columbus for you, and then scoot on north from there. So it's, I feel like it'd be a much better. Cool. Here's the last thing as we send off the series, you know. How could you set up a mat cam so we can see footage? I've thought about a mat cam, but I also kind of want to set up a better sim area, because right now I just drag this out from a corner and put it in front of my TV, and then do this so it's not very official. I'm literally sitting on like a $20 Office Max chair from 1997 that rotates and like goes up and down by like 3 inches, but I'm terrified that at any moment the little metal bar is going to poke through the bottom and freaking skewer me in the least pleasant way possible. And so I would like a bit more solid of a setup before I do that. Or if I get a little heater for my feet, I can set up a foot cam for you guys. And that would be like if somebody donates through the stream and they do a $10 donation, then everybody gets 1 minute of foot cam availability. Make people buy into that. That'd be funny. And honestly, I think it'd be so fucking stupid that people would do that. Just because it's funny at that point. What's our altitude? We're at 6,000 feet. Wow. I guess the ground here just slowly moves up and... Oh, I appreciate that, you guys. I would 100% bring up homies for my first flight. One of my friends who lives down in Florida, which the girl that suggested the air museum that we kind of swung by before we landed in Sturgis the other night, she's dating one of my friends, and that's how I met her. But he wanted to buy a set of wheels for a new car that he got, or a used car that he got, and that set of wheels was up near me. He's like, "Hey Matt, what would it cost for you to go grab these wheels from me from this guy?" I was like, "I just go do it for you." I was like, "But if I get them and then bring them all the way down there, I'll do that for the cost of a Discovery flight in an R44, which is $310." And it's kind of that thing where like they take you up, they let you hover a little bit, kind of fly you around and like let you see what a helicopter is. It's kind of like the hook, line, and sinker to get you to sign up for helicopter school. I was like, if you pay for a Discovery flight in an R44, which means you and her can ride along with me, then y'all get to experience my first time attempting to fly a helicopter after doing all this sim stuff, and you get your wheels delivered down here. He's like, I would do that, but then he found some wheels local, so that's no longer an option. But I would 100% go in with homies to do my first flight that way. But also I kind of don't want to do just a Discovery flight, because like I said, that's like their sales pitch, because you can pay $300 for a 30-minute helicopter flight in an R44, which is the 4-seater. Or 5-seater, really. It's like you can pay that much money to go on a tour with it, or you can pay that much money to kind of have like your first intro lesson where they just kind of show you all the cool stuff. And a lot of people will opt for the Discovery flight because, like I said, that's their sales pitch to get you to come and be a student with them. But also, it's not a very intense training sort of thing. And I'm trying to optimize how much money I'm spending on doing all this, because it's not going to be cheap regardless. I'll be $100,000 in before I'm commercially rated, most likely. So I kind of don't want to spend $300 to go take a lesson that's not really me learning anything. Unless I get to like, okay, cool, I want this to be a discovery flight, but I want it to be more of a higher intensity lesson of a discovery flight. Like, imagine it being my first flight as my first day of flight school, where you're kind of showing me what the syllabus is going to be. Kind of like your first day of school in class, where it's like, you don't learn anything. They're just like, okay, cool, here's what we're going to learn this year, here's the syllabus, here's how we're judging everything. It's like, make it that for me. And make it where there's actually like some decently intense learning and piloting, like whatever going on. Like, try to hurt my feelings. Because I'm coming in with I don't want to say a big ego, but I'm coming in pretty confident in my abilities. Just because I'm doing my best to learn what I can here, you know. But I'm coming in pretty confident in my abilities to do stuff. Well, like right now I'm wibbly wobbly, and sometimes I'm pulling more torque than what the helicopter wants, and like I'm not paying as much attention, but that's also because I'm streaming now and I'm not taking this as seriously. But in the real case, I would be obviously taking it very seriously. It's like, cool, try to embarrass me, because I'm coming in here with a very high expectation of my own skill level and my ability to learn and my ability to process what you're telling me, because that's just how my brain functions. And I would much rather be embarrassed by the fact that I can't hover. I would much rather be embarrassed by the fact that maybe I actually do fly like this my first time in the thing, you know. I would much rather be put in my place to where I don't have this overconfident ego. And I don't even want to call it an ego, because I understand the position that I'm in and where I should be sitting. But I would much rather be, like I said, taught a lesson than go on a tour where they kind of let me wiggle the sticks a few times and then they bring me down to hovering. They're like, oh, look, hovering's hard. You should come back for a class. So I would much rather be more class-oriented. New message from Jake. Let's see. A discovery flight in a Cessna here is like $120. And from what I hear, if you seem to know what you're doing, the instructor will let you do everything but start up and take off. Yeah, that's kind of the way it is, because I don't want to say airplanes are easy, because there's a lot to it. At the very base level, if you understand that you can't fly slower than a certain speed, or that you're like you can't do certain things, and like you understand left is left, right is right, flaps, as long as you have a very base understanding of the aircraft, I think a majority of people with the right like mentally critical of themselves mind and like a logical thought process, I think most of them can fly an airplane. And I'm not going to say that they can take off perfectly and hit the perfect rotation speed and butter the landing. I think that a lot of people that are in our case, just because it's something that we're into, can get in, and as long as we have the proper startup procedure taught to us to where we don't grenade an engine or not turn on the generators, or we only have one magneto on, as long as like we're coached to the point of safety, I think there is a very, very high probability that many of us could take off the airplane, fly from point A to point B, or run a pattern, and come back and land. Like I said, it might not be soft, it might not be smooth, but I think it's a very possible thing to do that with just the nature of them. Now, the lessons and the course of getting to the point, it's cool. Look at that. Very neat. Like, it's a whole different world out here. Washington State's neat. But when you get to, let's say, getting your license or going for commercial and like really starting to up the skills that you want to have, I think it's a completely different world, and it takes an entirely different level of person and pilot. There's a lot of stuff that you have to remember. There's a lot of procedures that you have to go through. Like, cool, as soon as we're abreast of the end of the runway and we're at a certain altitude, we can pull the power, we can make our base turn, we're descending at a certain rate. We have to put up the flaps at a certain point. It's a very procedural thing that you do. And when you put in the procedures and you do everything the right way, that's when you get your butter landings and you're really, really painting it on the runway. Like I said, I think most people could put it down. Most people can put it on the runway and get the wheels down, maybe bounce, and as long as they can like fight their pilot-induced oscillations, they can get it on the ground safely and come to a stop. But when you start getting to the point where you're chasing that level of perfection and doing it in a professional way, it's a very, very procedural thing, which takes a lot of practice and rehearsal and training to get to that point. I think with helicopters, that procedures still exist, but I think being a good pilot in a helicopter comes a lot more down to these things right here, to using your pedals the right way, using your collector the right way, using your stick the right way. There is still monitoring of the gauges that you have to do. There is still knowing your airspace and everything that you have to do. But I think it's I think you need to be a better logically thinking pilot in something like this versus an airplane. So I don't think Discovery flights will really just kind of like let you take the wheel. Take the wheel. But I do think that if somehow you were to show up and really, really show the skill, they would give you a lot more leeway, but they're still probably like, that's because usually they'll like do the first takeoff and get you off the ground like, okay, now we're moving at 500 feet so you can take the stick and you can feel your left and your right and everything. I think they're going to be a lot more cautious of you letting you attempt a landing, and I feel like they might say like, hey, let's go run another pattern real quick and we'll let you do more stick wiggling, because they'll just do it out of curiosity at that point, you know. I mean, shit, if I was a CFI and I had a prospective student come in and kind of like you see those hidden camera shows where it's like a professional race car driver goes to test drive a car and they do drifting with somebody, like a salesman, and they're like, oh my god, or a driving instructor or something. It's like, I feel like if you were a flight instructor and this person just was a natural stick, like they just come out there and they are at home in that helicopter. I feel like even if it was running over time, I would say, hey, let's go run a pattern, but this time I want you to do our departure. I want you to set the approach. I want you to come in. Of course, I'd still be hovering my hands right on the controls the entire time, but I would definitely be more interested than not in seeing what their capabilities were. And I'd definitely even probably tell the chief pilot, like, hey, you should go ride with this guy. Give him another, like 20 or 30 minutes of flight. Like, just see what you think about him. I have a lot of faith I can take off and land a Beechcraft Bear, and that's a good one. Landing will be hard, though. I have trouble monitoring speed, causing a stall. Yeah, that's a thing. And, like, there are procedures for landing airplanes without flaps, or where you can only get, like, one settings of flaps or whatever. So I feel like, also, we're flying into the soup. Let's go. IFR mountain flying. Good thing we have synthetic vision here, because I don't know this area. But yeah, even for not knowing flaps and stall speeds. Oh, click. New weather settings. Even for not knowing like stall speeds and stuff of these fixed wing planes, I feel like I would almost even rather do a slightly faster landing to give myself that out, to where if I wanted to pull up and get out of there, I could. Cool, I can always use the brakes when I get on the ground to slow down, but I can't throw speed back into it as quickly if I'm doing an approach and I stall when I'm 100 feet off the ground, you know? I don't know the speed, and that's kind of the thing where I said it's a lot more analytical with airplanes and fixed wing, because this is wild, Jock. What the Washington, what are you doing? Holy crap. some wild terrain out. No, Bigfoot exists. There's no way people have explored all of this and can tell you every single animal that's out here. There's no way. But yeah, so like that's the part where I see that fixed wing could be a much more like a brute forcible flying if necessary. I don't think you can brute force a helicopter. I mean, I kind of have that scenario that I taught myself how to hover with, where I basically brute forced a helicopter. But I don't think you can, like, really do that in real life that well. I've seen a lot of bad landings on training aircraft at CSG. I remember one at 182 almost hit his wing on the ground on a calm day. Oh, wow. See, I'm curious at that point, like, what that person is like. Because it's just like, there's doctors that have had like 50 crashes in their car. Or it's like they're not a stupid person, sometimes they just don't have the mind for it. Just like that girl I was talking about earlier, she's not stupid, she's a very smart person, but she just doesn't have that analytical mind to make that decision. It's like, I mean, hell, I saw a video of a freaking lady walking on one of the airport moving sidewalks, but she was walking the wrong way on it. And somebody passed her on the right because they were using the correct walking, or the moving sidewalk, and they were walking once they blew by her at like 10 miles an hour. And she looked at them and took a few more steps and stopped because she realized that she was a complete retard doing that. Like, so I feel like a lot of people that want to do airline pilots or helicopter pilots, they are trained into being good at what they do. There are people who are natural sticks out there. I'd like to think that maybe it's because of this. I like to think it's because of just how I think, but I think that I'm going to be a relatively natural pilot. But that also comes, it's something I've said with driving before too. Like, I've got a lot of friends who do stunt driving, and they've let me drive some of their cars before. Around like a stunt course with cones set up for like driving at these cones at like 60 miles an hour, then pulling the handbrake and doing a ground speed 90 knots. Okay, cool. Just felt like I was fighting some weird wind coming up here, up to this ridge. So we're going to give ourselves a bit more space than usual on the ridge. But yeah, so my friends who are stunt guys, like, they've let me drive their cars before. And I don't want to float my own boat or anything. Like skeet shooting. Yeah. But like, I don't want to float my own boat or anything, but like, I am a significantly better stunt driver than a lot of the people that I see out there at the lot doing stunt driving training. And when I say training, I mean like they bring their own cars up to the slot that's rented out by a stunt guy. And everybody just like, they have cone slip and they all go practice different things. And a lot of these people, they aren't that good of drivers. And it's like, cool, they went to a stunt driving school once where they kind of like taught me, like, okay, cool, like pull the handbrake, turn the wheel. Instead of turn the wheel, do the handbrake, unless you're doing this. And like, they were kind of taught the general stuff, but they had to be taught that. And then even then, they... I'm not saying that they require practice to be good. I'm not saying that I don't require practice to be good. I'm sure I could use practice. But as somebody who's mechanically invested into knowing how cars function and work and how to make them do better, I understand how the different systems work. So I think that makes me a significantly better driver than people who don't. And sure, there can be somebody who could have been just a normal person, and they could have gone to a whole bunch of classes and done a whole bunch of training, and they can, yes, become a better driver than me. But they started at a much lower level, and it took a lot more resources and energy and time and processing power in their brain to get to that point. So it's like, whenever I see somebody that says like, hey, I'm a stunt driver, I can do this, it's like, yeah, but are you really? Or are you a stunt person who got a job driving once where you just had to like drive in fast to a parking spot? You know, like, maybe you're not as good as you think you are. You just have a job title that gives you that false sense of accomplishment. I see some more messages I'm trying to read and not hit stuff. Seems like you gotta finesse aircraft. Yeah. Everything's sensitive until you get to like fighter jet or like Red Bull, whatever, which they're still sensitive, but they still freaking rock their yoke and everything back, or their cyclic, or their stick, or whatever you call it for fixed wing people. But it's like there was at the stunt lot where I went to go hang out with my friend that time, or a couple of times I've hung out with him there. There is a pretty attractive Russian girl that had moved here 20 years ago or something, so she was later 30s, and she was a stunt girl. Done a few little acting things here and there. Anyway, I'm just being me, which means if there's a single female that's relatively attractive, I'm going to probably flirt with her. It's my personality. I accept that. But, of course, I flirted with her, and she liked it. She thought I was a relatively attractive fella. So, there's our target over there. So anyways, we ended up going on a date. And she'd gotten a hotel down in Warm Springs, Georgia, because they were filming something down there, and they put her up in the hotel, and she was doing a stunt driving thing in the morning, or that day, and then she stayed that night. I came down the next morning. We went for a hike on a pine mountain down there, Warm Springs, and she was telling me about what she had to do, and the way she was explaining it to me was that she didn't think that I knew how to drive well. Of course, she's never ridden with me before, so I can understand that. You don't just assume people are good drivers or are good at doing something that might be different than normal. Electrics and camera and props and whatever, their trucks are parked back on the other side. But what she had to do was drive the truck in a straight line up this dirt road and then crest the hill and continue going without hitting the brakes. That way, like, the camera wouldn't see the brake lights on once she crested the hill. And that was it. And they didn't even want her going like 60, 70 miles an hour. It's like, okay, cool, get going like 25 to 30 and crest the hill. But we want you to like get to 25 to 30 quick. And I'm like, okay, cool. So you're accelerating on a dirt road. She's like, yeah, well, you have to be careful because like the dirt road kind of has the crown to it. So, like, if you're a little bit off to the left or right, the car can slide down one or the other a bit more than the other way. Or if you are, when you're doing the initial acceleration, it has to be hard enough to where you're accelerating, but it can't be too hard to throw rocks and pebbles and stuff at the camera crew behind you. And then when you're doing whatever, it has to do that. I'm just like, I don't think you understand how simple of a thing that you're trying to explain is. Like, this is me after having told her that I used to drive a drift car, and I competed a few times in a drift car, and that I've done rally racing, and I've ridden motorcycles in a competitive form, and that I've done a lot of autocrossing, and I'd even helped instruct some people doing autocrossing and precision driving type things for competition. And then I raced go-karting, being a student, and fighting a crosswind landing. But I honestly don't see a situation of me doing that on a calm day, because I feel like I have such a good understanding of aerodynamics and how planes work and what all the pedals do, that I can troubleshoot my way out of it if it even gets near that situation. Like, I just don't see that happening in any way, shape, or form. If I have a bad setup to my approach, I'm going around. Sorry, I'm not lined up with the runway. I'm not going to try to come in and make a left turn at the last second, and that throws me off to where I'm down and I'm trying to fight it doing this or that. No, I don't want to say I know better, but I know better. Are you flying near Mount Adams right now? Can't see through the suit. Actually, right now, if you look very closely at the orange on our left screen there, it's kind of a half moon shape, which I don't know if you know what that means, or if this gives you a better idea, but this lake is a very particular lake too. That lake used to not be there. Fun fact. That lake was actually somewhere else, and then it moved over the course of like 10 minutes. Huge lake moved there, but we've already passed Mount Adams. Where we are now, ladies and gentlemen, which I'm going to pour the power in here, see if we can get some altitude up here. We'll be relatively in the soup, but we will be in the caldera of Mount St. Helens, one of the largest volcano eruptions on American soil in like notable history. If there have even ever been volcanic eruptions on American soil. I'm sure like something in the Alaska, like Hawaii, they have little pops here and there, but as far as like explosive force volcanoes, here you go, boys. This thing deleted an entire mountain. And then it moved an entire lake, and the entire lake is poisoned. There's another fun fact. And also, there's so many trees in this lake that they're not even going to try to remove them because it's not worth it. There are so many logs, this deleted trees for miles and miles around, where it just laid over the forest. And dust and ash from this volcanic eruption affected my family here in Georgia after it happened because it was so large and put so much into the atmosphere. And it's even wilder to see it in this sort of sense right here, because you have to remember there was mountain right here. Like, we are literally flying in what was effectively solid rock. Yeah, Spirit Lake, that's it. So yeah, this was solid stone. And then there was so much force behind this explosion that it moved an entire mountain, caused this, I think what's effectively known as like the largest landslide in like recorded history or whatever, where we can actually verify different things here or there. Like, I wish I knew more facts about Mount St. Helens, just because it was such a huge thing that happened. The amount of force that came out of this when it happened too, unreal. Like, all this was rock. I think it had like the little standard volcano hole at the top of the mountain thing, but all this here, we are flying what was, you know, give or take, never going to see the light of day, ever. You know, it would have been millions and millions and millions of years of erosion for this to see the light of day again. We got Mount St. Helens, boys. All the pictures and videos of that, it's just so wild. Kind of wish it was clear so we could see. I could clear it up, but I want to keep the weather live for this. I'll do a little pinnacle landing here. So we can balance ourselves on this little peak of rock. A little wind coming from the west. Not too bad. Boy, imagine like flying out to Mount St. Helens to do like a cool thing where like you land on the rocks in the middle and the thing pops again. Oopsie. What happened to Matt? He was kind of flying over there. He's just not there anymore. Well, he's still there. He's just kind of also 30,000 feet in the air as well. Oop. No, that's very, very crooked. But anyways. Mount St. Helens, ladies and gentlemen. 1988, 1986, something like that. 88. I think it was 86. 86 sounds right to me. Can't see through the soup. That's part of the tour, boys. Yep, Warm Springs, Pine Mountain. Not too far from you. Kind of like a good split between here and there, you know. Okay, let's see. Where's my map? Is up here. Map. all this was mountain and it just got moved. And I think Spirit Lake was like technically like here-ish. And it got pushed all the way down here. Actually, I think this was still mountain. Yeah, this was still mountain. And I think I can probably be fact-checked on this. But I'm pretty sure Spirit Lake is now like so toxic that you can't swim or do anything in it because there's so much like sulfur and volcanic remnants of different things in there that's just a non-thing now. I was supposed to say, wouldn't that go back sideways, but we had the Robinson that was vertical. $1812. They have 1980. Oh wow, it was in the 80s. I could have swore it was mid-80s. There we go. My flight director has tweaked, so now we are going to continue on. We're going to fly by Rainier. Not really going to do too much about that. Not worth that much effort. I think there's a glacier on Rainier, though. Maybe I'm thinking... No, I think there's a glacier near Rainier. I don't remember. I'm going to hit the Space Needle. I mean, we're going to avoid the Space Needle. And then we're going to go land. Yeah, long flight today, guys. We're doing it. When I say we're doing it, I mean, I am doing it to myself. I could have said, okay, screw Mount St. Helens or whatever. We're just going to go more direct. This is... I figured Sunday night we might as well make more of an adventure out of it, you know? Plus I don't have to work tomorrow. Y'all will be up for a little bit later. Spirit flight to Spirit Lake. Spirit flight to Spirit Lake so you can liberate your spirit from your body. Okay, FAA, don't listen to what I'm about to say, but if I ever become a pilot for Spirit Airlines and I'm flying over this area, I may do a self-delete with the entire cabin crew of me, myself, and all the passengers who paid to fly with us into Spirit Lake. What would the news titles be like for that? Like, how would they... They'd be like, he had to do this on purpose. Did this dude really meme his death? Did he really do a mass suicide as a meme? Also, how selfish for people to take themselves out in a way that takes out hundreds of other people with them. Like, I'm assuming Flight 370. There's a lot of conspiracies around that. But with some of the new evidence that came out recently, I'm beginning to think it was more of just a self-delete. Of course, it may have been a paid self-delete, like, okay, cool, one day you're going to have a whole bunch of scientists who have cured AIDS on your flight, and you're going to fly it into the ground, so it may have been a very premeditated self-delete because of passengers. But I still think it was a self-delete nonetheless. But how selfish to take out fathers and mothers and children with you on that. Hello, FAA. It is me here flying at an appropriate altitude and avoiding any sort of VFR or IFR conditions. See, look, my flight director says to go this way. See, my little purple line says I should go there, but look at that. No, we're going to go do the Jurassic Park thing through the valley down here. Self-deletes in the Spirit Lake. The spirits of Spirit Lake. Imagine me camping over here and Mount St. Helens going off. Wait, didn't they say it was like one of the loudest sounds to happen in recent history, but it was also like extremely quiet because of all the hills and stuff around it and muffled it. So like the sound didn't travel far. I want to say it was something weird like that. I don't remember exactly, obviously, or else I wouldn't be going, didn't it do this? Like, I feel like there's things that called it like the silent eruption or something like that. Because it puts so much of its force into displacing a fucking mountain. And knocking down all those trees, which are really just sound, like, the sound wave is what was knocking over the trees, because it's a giant pressure wave of air. So at the end of the day, the mountains and trees around it just acted as a muffler. I don't think you would have heard it in Seattle. I think there's too much stuff here in the way. Apparently, though, Krakatoa was a hell of a noise. And you see, like, there's a couple of videos of volcanic eruptions on islands where there's just water around it. And of course, the sound rocks the boats that, like, you see the video recordings from. I think I see right near out ahead of us, guys, on the synthetic vision there. I think that's kind of where we're headed there, beyond those clouds. What is that? 185F Skywagon? Is that what it says? Huh. Cessna of sorts. Portland or Longview, maybe Longview. I'm sure I bet there is more of a resulting earthquake from the tectonics that would have happened with it. I think you're probably more likely to feel the ground shake at a distance than hear it. I think that's the big thing, just because it's the nature of what's around. I mean, it's a big noise-canceling room being out here in the nature. Unless the sound's coming from directly up, it all disperses up, but it doesn't disperse out. I would think you probably had more earth-shaking than anything else. I've got to find some people who lived out there. Yeah, the Krakatoa eruption, big. Like, I want to say that it's what science has said is the absolute loudest sound that's ever been produced on Earth was Krakatoa. Or at least in post-dinosaur extinction years. Like in the years of humans or whatever. Actually, I want to keep altitude. I want to punch this cloud. I want to be a bad boy. Of course, it doesn't look like it's thick enough to really throw us into IMC. But you're going to notice I'm going to be relatively reckless when we come to clouds sometimes. Like, obviously, I flew straight through pretty heavy rain earlier. The synthetic vision makes me a lot more comfortable doing this. But I can tell you, wearing the VR, and like I'm even trying to gain altitude here to really put us in the middle of it. But when you lose the sight of the ground, I mean, you lose your spatial orientation quick, which I never lost the river here in front of us. But I mean, you can lose where you're at quick, and like here I know I'm banking to the left because I want to get back on the directive line. But I mean, punching into a cloud is a dangerous thing, especially in a mountainous area, and if you don't have a freaking synthetic vision, I mean, you are asking for a quick way to die. Like, there's even a video out that's called like 56 seconds to death or something like that, and it's about flying helicopters and getting into instrument meteorological conditions. Just because, I mean, like I said, it's when you can only see that, you don't know if you're facing left, right, up, or down, and as long as you're producing 1 G's worth of like effects felt on your body by the maneuvering of your aircraft, then you just assume you're right side up. It's like there, I lost like 20 knots of airspeed doing it. I don't know if that was just because I was trying to gain altitude to do the reckless thing. But, yeah, you lose your speed, you lose your direction, you can get into a vortex ring state and just start settling down. I mean, it's, somebody new in the comments. The visitor center Mount St. Helens says the explosion was so powerful that the sound waves went straight up. The wave spread out farther from the center, so there's a weird cone of silence near the mountain. Okay. Neo Aeon 3D. Also, thank you for being here. Thanks for chiming in. Appreciate it. But yeah, like I said, it was like I remember reading something about it being a cone of silence, or like there's just like a no sound thing. The noise went straight up. And I'm pretty sure it's just like an eruption and that was it. Then like some little pewtering clouds and ash until the ground resealed itself and everything resettled down. But I mean, if all the sound goes straight up through the caldera, all the force goes, or the sound that would have gone out the side, gets forced out by moving hundreds of millions of pounds, or tons even, of earth out of its way, then like there's nothing to say that, or there's really nothing to allow the sound to come out. And the thing that did allow the sound to come out was the failure of the ground, and that absorbed all of the energy from the airwaves, the sound waves leaving. Straight ass road going through there. Guess that's easiest to do. Oh hell yeah, more clouds. We're going for it, boys. I wonder if there are any planes vertical or nearby when it happened. Like if there was like a 747 going from freaking, say, Juneau, Alaska to Las Vegas or something. It was coming down this way. They just happen to be over, and all of a sudden everybody gets a quick shake, and everybody out the right side window, oh my god, that mountain's on fire! Like that does make me curious about air traffic that's in the vicinity when something like that happens, because I think pretty quickly, like, they would very, very quickly start putting out notices to anybody in flight path and anybody on frequency, like, hey, anybody that's coming through Portland Center, you know, you have got to divert left, right, whatever way to get around. I'm sure you can see out your window there's a volcanic plume that's going up to 50,000 feet right now. You're going to have to remap your course here, guys. Eight people plus my cat watching. Hell yeah, 9 people. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, mountains and stuff, even before the eruption, volcanoes at least, are a popular tourist thing. And photo flights are pretty common. Like, in fact, this Bell 206B3, I happen to know that the Aviation Academy Hillsborough owns a couple of these, or owned a couple of these at one point, to where they were doing the tours or whatever around Mount St. Helens. I'm basically just watching gauges now at this point. Losing altitude, I don't like that. Trying to keep my altitude, keep my speed. Kind of wish I didn't have this synthetic vision here just to make this harder. But I also don't mind it because it's going to make us survive our flight around the world. We've been gaining some altitude there. I'm okay with that. Okay, cool. I can see stuff in front of me again, so I'll use my landmarks. But I'm sure y'all could see there's probably a little bit visible down below, but I didn't want to trust that and not be paying attention to my gauges. But yeah, when you disappear into the soup, you are in the soup. There is basically no visual references for that. And I'm definitely not an instrument-rated pilot, so don't take any of that with any sort of information. They're out of that soup. Looking for some more soup. Cool, so we're pretty near my path. Nice. And the path goes straight through it. Hell yeah, well that's what we're going to do here, buddies, but we ain't going to leave those little cheater brackets on. Google, there was a plane with a geologist that knew the eruption was coming. They were circling during it. Interesting. Which I know there were like some people on the ground nearby that like 1 or 2 got killed. And some got away because they were on the other side. Because they were like a ridge away. But obviously if you were on the ridge that was the receiving end, then SOL, sorry bud. I don't want to say sucks to be you, but it kind of sort of sucks to be you. Okay boys, back to instrument flying. Without autopilot, by the way. I am stick wiggling this entire thing. I said that's all. We're only looking at clouds now. Got a little left bank going. Keep that even out. Airspeed's good. We're only climbing like 300 feet a minute, which I'm not angry at because Rainier is much taller than we are. In fact, I'm even going to give us a bit more altitude with it. Okay, I can see some ground over there. Going to keep that in my peripherals. Losing some speed, gonna lean into it some. Don't want to trust my collective too much for giving power because we're already at 80% torque. Feeling some wind. Gotta keep us straightened back out. I don't know if this is going to clear up before the mountain or not. So I'm going to make the executive decision here to work on heading more around the mountain. If we can't see it, we can't see it. I'd rather not kill my homies in a helicopter crash, though. That's the goal here. I'm going to try to keep my speed between 80 and 90 knots now because I want to gain altitude. I don't want to put all my torque into just going fast. I want to keep my climb going. Now we're safely aimed around left. Pointed down pretty heavy there. That was on me. I'll be ignoring your chat for the foreseeable future while we're working around this. Hard left. If that synthetic vision wasn't there, this would be significantly more difficult. Also, if we were 2,000 foot lower, this would be significantly easier. Okay, let's head over towards the mountain so I can see it a little bit. There we go. We're starting to make it through it here. Not bad. I'm going to go for this little punch in the clouds here. I'm going to throw a little bit of speed and altitude at us while we can. Let's maybe make it over this little bit of floating soup danger. Look at the giant slabs on this mountain. Holy crap. It's mildly unsettling flying near something like this big where it's just like a random, like if you're in the mountains, like flying through the Alps, we'll be doing that here in a couple of months. Or like when we were kind of going through Idaho and we were in mountains that were up here, like Yellowstone. We were crossing into Yellowstone at 10,000 feet like we're at now. So it's not like we're any higher than we were. This mountain is higher than some of those mountains were, though. But the fact that this is kind of a freestanding mountain with just a little bit of range behind it, where it's double the height of what else is around it, that's unsettling. This is massive. This is a big fucking thing. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm basically IFR rated at this point. Oh, drop my phone. We're good. And there's no way we're making it over right here. Like, I don't care what I do, this helicopter is not. Maybe. We're gonna try. If we can't, I'll freaking circle us back down. But if I can just straight crest this bad boy through the saddle up there, which I think is possible, we can maintain a good 80 knots here and still climb 1,000 feet a minute. I mean, this isn't like some of the other helicopters, you know, this isn't like a 145 climb rate or whatever, but it ain't bad. Besides, how boring would it be if we just, you know, went around while we had the option to look at it here? Also, I am putting a lot of pedal into that right there. We are heavy right pedal. So I guess we're pulling some wind coming off the, off our right side here. Interesting. Don't want to over torque. Ooh, this is dangerous. Skirting the top of the cloud. Low fuel, suck my ass. I don't even know how high Rainier is, but I'll tell you here in a second. A bit more forward into it. Okay guys, I get to the top of Rainier. What heading do I need to get to a airport to top off on fuel? Give me a heading-ish. Also, that heading should be hopefully in the same-ish direction as Seattle. I prefer to continue on the path. Look how big this is. Mildly unsettling. Holy crap. Okay, cool. I can lay off the right pedal some now since we've gotten hidden behind that wall. A little bit more right pedal going in. We're finding some more downdraft winds coming off of that. Yeah, we made the saddle. Good idea, boys. Okay, I'm going to start my turn out towards the big city. And honestly, I'm probably going to keep this altitude for a bit. Holy shit. That is wild. Okay, like I could easily press my G button and spot what airports are around. Let's see if anybody's giving me a heading yet. I'll give you a heading. Glacier! Is Glacier a heading? Northwest to Tacoma. Not seeing any closer airports with paved ramps. Cool. We're going to keep this because then I can use a lot of gravity for my forward momentum as well. I've already spent the energy to get up here, so we're gonna play cotton balls for a little bit, you know. Let's see. G? Yeah, we're way down there. Using flight radar 24 now. Look how boring this. I mean, it's neat above the clouds and everything, but like, where's the excitement of flying through trees? Flying through trees and hills and worried about things and like, I don't even want to think about the airspace here. Kind of doodling around my Google Maps too here. It looks like Tacoma may be the best bet. What do we talk about up here? We don't get to discuss geography. I was like, look, cotton balls. Heads up for that. We're also a little bit behind time because I wanted to have daylight. So I don't know how active that weather will be. I'm pretty sure you're bigger than your cat unless you actually happen to be a like a Saudi prince and your cat happens to be like a tiger. Let's see, there's Burnett Landing. So I need to head that-ish direction, I believe. Trying to read all these little airport things. Because Tacoma's not that far away. Enumclaw. What is Enumclaw? That looks like an airport. So my flight path's going straight over that. I think I'll actually need to go more west. And there's something South Prairie. White letters on white background ain't doing shit. There's St. Elizabeth Hospital. They were cruising at 14,000 feet. I technically should have oxygen running. Okay, so Barrett Landing, which is that right there. Then there's... St. Elizabeth's there. Imagine just hopping on flight radar, seeing a helicopter and clicking on it. It's like, Bell 206 at 14,100 feet. What the hell are they doing? Something St. Prairie, Flying H Ranch, Bryan. Isn't that a solid airport? B-R-Y-A-N? Claw looks grass. Bryan is grass. Claw, Flying H. Something Southpaw, Barrett Landing. Barrett's Landing's grass. South Prairie. Pierce? No, that's Crawley, South Perry. Aberritron. Albideron. Premier. Bergsith Field. Claw is a paved helicopter helipad at the airfield. Okay, cool. We're gonna take that. I don't want to push any further. We're already way past danger levels as far as fuel. So Claw's there. Unimini. We're basically just autoing all the way down to it. I'm not going to cut the power because we still have it available to us, but we're basically autoing all the way down. Yeah, we'll take paved helipad as them having a fuel truck or a couple of 55-gallon drums to pump out of. It's like I could make all these others because I kept this altitude, so that way I could have a hell of a glide if I needed to. But that looks like our best and safest bet. Okay, guys, you're going to have to start popping your ears as we're going down. We're changing some pressures and stuff, you know? People on the ground are hearing the blades chopping and we have no idea where we're at. Surprise from the sky. Claw. Jake, I appreciate you being here. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Yeah, dude, it's late as shit. I got a later start, and slow helicopters have made this a long stream. If you got an adios, you got an adios. I'm not going to hold you here. I'm just a guy. But I'm in that lucky position right now where I don't have work tomorrow. Lucky for this, unlucky for, you know, the wallet. Jake, good night. Thank you for being here. As always, dude. Can't go all the way down without hitting one more cloud, you know? WA-77. Y'all are popping your ears, right? It looks like a nice little air park down here. Yeah, these people would be solid too. Like, even if you were to land unannounced, like, hey, I had an emergency fuel and this looked like the nicest place to go. Does anybody have a can or two they can sell me? Dude, these people would be cool as shit. I'm not going to Audios because I'm just not going to. I mean, that's a good excuse. Is that a helipad on the west side or the east side of the airport? See, it looks like a pad kind of way down here on it. It looks like it might be paved here in the game. Like the runway looks like it might be. Next to the apron on the east. Copy that. Anemone Airport. This is helicopter. We are Whiskey Fuel. We are circling down from you as we speak. Expect a steep approach. Maybe a little bit of speed. This is a hell of an approach right here, boys. Throw in some left pedal. Killed that airspeed off. What up? Look at that. Damn, do they think we're cool. Hey, there's little people down here. What up, dudes? We're just going to call this little pad right here the spot where we're going. It seems like most of our people are over here anyways. Hey guys, top us off on fuel real quick. I'm totally going to look for my wallet real quick. So if you want to... you know, just put a little bit of fuel in there for us, and you know, no big deal. Yeah, let me just get my wallet real quick, dude. You know, it's you can go run in there and give me your receipt real quick. It'll be paid cash. I have exact change. Yeah, just go inside real quick. You know, just go inside real quick. You know, no big deal. You can just go inside. Oh man. Already out of here. No clue. Idiots. Let's do some low-level IFR flying through this stuff up here. We're going to stick it near the ground, though, because we're coming up on our, I won't say being done with it, but we're close. Tacoma's pretty damn near. Seattle's pretty damn near where we're finishing up for the day, so... I'm not going to worry about throwing a lot of altitude on it. 8 people in stream, what up? If you guys ain't talking, I still appreciate you being here watching. We're just here to have some fun, play it realistic-ish, and, you know, have a good time. We're only 8 days in, so we gotta keep it exciting, and that way we can follow that energy while we're doing the snowy Alaska stuff where there's not much to look at. Our Eastern Russian, following the coast where there's no airports or civilization or anything to report, so. But if you are in here and you haven't chimed in, say hey. Because we have our new homie, Neo on 3D, which shout out to you. Thanks for doing that Mount St. Helens fact for us. I had kind of looked stuff up before and had a good bit of memory. I just didn't have everything. But yeah, plus the conversations make it more fun, or else it's just me sitting here doing this. And that's not the best thing to do, you know. It's not fun for people to watch. And, you know, sometimes if y'all are nice, I'll do that and get some exterior sounds. Very cool. Good for you guys. But, yeah, see, you get a little shout. Everybody gets little shout-outs. Happy little accents. No, but it's also like, for those of you who are unaware, I've discussed my situation before, and I feel like I'll discuss it a million more times while this series is going on. My job in real life is a film and TV armorer and props person. So I handle guns and movie props on the sets of your favorite Hollywood productions filmed here in Georgia. But right now the industry is dog slow because of rule changes with unions and the strikes and everything, so work is slow. I just got off a project and we're not starting back on the next season of that until August, most likely. So until then, I've got nothing going on. And I kind of work as a 1099 employee-ish. I may have other productions call me between now and then. I can go jump on them and do a couple of days here, a couple of days there, but I don't have anything full-time lined up for the next couple of months. So I figured, what can I do for those months that cost me $0? And that is fly this simulator setup that I have already paid for and I've already set up. And I figured, why not fly around the world? That's a guaranteed at least 250-hour project of doing that, and do it a couple hours every night and have fun with it. Is that an, yeah, that was an airstrip I just flew over. It looked like it was, I was going to say on this one, 51 WA, 51 Whiskey Alpha. But yeah, I figured, why not fly around the world? People have done it in helicopters. It is possible. I could do it with the same helicopter the entire time, but I figured, why not jump around and do some different ones? And now you're wondering, hey Matt, why do you... God, it's overexposed in here right now. Hey Matt, why are you doing helicopters? Well, frankly, I don't have too much interest in fixed wing. Also, there's another airport right here for us, bud. We got S36. Looks like it may be a little paved runway there. But yeah, I don't have too much interest in fixed-wing operations. So helicopters what I want to do, and helicopters also what I want to do to make my way out of the film industry. Yeah, they got a little ramp and everything down here. Flyby. Which is kind of dangerous because I'm getting some lag right now too, but we like biscuits, so we're going to risk it. But yeah, helicoptering is what I'd like to do to get out of the film industry. I enjoy being challenged. And a lot of little pads there. Interesting. Looks like they have a little fleet of a whole bunch of the same airplanes. But I enjoy being challenged. I enjoy not sitting at a desk, and I enjoy doing stuff that can mentally and physically exhaust me. Just physically, okay, sure, whatever. Just mentally, oh, okay. But I like being truly pushed to body and mind limits. So something like flying helicopter, where you're physically demanding having to move and be consistently locked in with what you're doing. Mentally with air spacing, calling, rules, regulations, the physics, and all related. It's a very attractive thing, and it's cool. Like, who doesn't love helicopters, obviously? So I purchased the simulator setup, which is the Apache Simulators R44. That's the controls that I'm using. I built the PC, bought the VR, specifically for this. And when I say for this, I mean I wanted to learn how to hover. Federal minimums to get your license is about 40 hours. Most people end up doing it in 60 to 80 hours though, depending on their skill level, and that's because learning how to hover is hard. There's a lot of things, it's a lot of rubbing your head and patting your stomach at the same time, but with your feet involved as well. So I wanted to practice that. And with helicopter rentals with instructors being around $300 an hour plus instructor fees of up to $80 an hour, near $400 an hour sometimes. But we'll just say on average $350 if we're paying in bulk. For $350 an hour, I've spent just over $4,000 on this setup. So if I can cut 10 hours off the average of 60 to get your helicopter license, it's basically paid for itself. 10, 11, 12 hours, it's paid for itself. And that's kind of the goal with this. And I had a little bit of validation a couple of days ago. Chuck, if you're in here now, what up, what up? But a man named Chuck dropped in. He's had his airplane fixed-wing license since '78. And in 2021-ish, he said he wanted to fly helicopters, and he set up a flight simulator with controls, and he taught himself how to hover and do all that, just like I did here. And he said within 5 minutes he was hovering with the instructor, and they couldn't believe that he had never been in a helicopter before. So I feel like I'm on a justified path here for what I'm doing. With that said, I also know that this is not a one-to-one recreation. So I know that there's going to be some bad habits I may pick up here, but I'm also aware of what those bad habits are. So hopefully it evens itself up a bit. It looks like we're getting some Seattle traffic marked up there, which means we are getting close. But we gotta fly by a little Space Needle or something first, We have to do that one last sightseeing thing. I also know there's a lot of radio towers and stuff near Seattle that we need to be aware of. So, it's gonna be fun here for the next few minutes. You said there was weather, you weren't fucking lying. Dude, the Sim's so fun. Which if you're a fixed wing guy, then obviously do a fixed wing simulator. No, there's no reason to get helicopter specific controls if you're only casually interested in helicopters. But if you seriously want to do it, I suggest seriously getting helicopter specific controls. Because having the collective under your left hand and the ability to throttle manipulate there if you're using like a gasoline powered or something that's a non-FADEC system, it's invaluable to have that, in my opinion. Pedals, sure, whatever. Airplanes have pedals, they feel give or take the same. A joystick for an airplane yoke could suffice, but having actual pedals and cyclic, and most importantly, a collective, it's invaluable. So if you want to do helicopter simming, do that. Vipril has some solid options. You can find them used on Marketplace relatively regularly. I did the Apache Simulators one because I wanted it to be the Robinson R44, R22 style cyclic, because that's what I want to be training in. I wanted to be used to the feeling of which if people don't know, it's the cyclic here, a T-bar that goes across so your instructor can also control it, and then the center bar is what supports it and what actually controls it. So yeah. Yeah, do both. Shit. You got the coin, do it. Have a lot more fun. And I have set mine up. I've programmed it in for some of the planes on here, because like if you do the Flight Sim 2024, if you do it and you want to do the licensing career procedures and everything to do the career path or the career mode, you have to fly fixed wing. There's no way around it, because the first thing you do is you have $2,500 or something, and you pay that $2,500 to do your fixed wing private or commercial license, whatever, which I wish it was that cheap. Or your fixed wing single engine license, whatever they have it listed as. And cool, you spend the $2,500 because you can't pay for the $3,500 rotorcraft one. And then you have to fly 2 days worth of like $7 airplane missions to save up enough money to do your rotorcraft stuff. And then you have to do like 1 or 2 other of the airplane things too, to like get some of the helicopter side to progress better, or at least that was when it on release. Since I was playing this at release, I think they've since made it a little bit easier for maybe people doing just the helicopter path. But either way, like I've got myself fully certified on both sides of the tree, to all the rotorcraft stuff and all the airplane stuff. Just because, like, okay, cool, might as well go ahead and get everything done. I think the only thing I don't have is the Super Heavy, because the Super Heavy wasn't... Ooh, there's a airport runway right there. See the Pappy lights. Why do they have to make flight school so costly? Is it just a pilot? Whoop. That was me looking at my fucking phone there, boys. We almost toasted our shit there. Let's loosen altitude so I'm not going to lose sight of the ground. I mean, there is technically a pilot shortage, but it's also not a... Gotta watch my gauges here for a second, guys. Apparently that's important in flying. Yeah, apparently there's a pilot shortage for some things. Like, I've heard that there's a helicopter pilot shortage, which that's not a reason why I'm going into helicoptering. It's just because I find it vastly more interesting. But God, it is rough rain. You were not joking, dude. Yeah, there is a bit of pilot shortage and stuff too, but it's... I want to say it's the FAA's fault, honestly. Like, as bad as that sounds, I want to say it's the FAA's fault, because a lot of it is there are so many rules and regulations when it comes to maintenance, repairs, and that's not that big of a deal. Because, like, okay, cool, like, everything breaks, and it's nice to do preventative maintenance on your aircraft. I have no problem with that being a certified thing. But every single thing that goes onto your aircraft has to be a certified part. And that certified part has to be manufactured in accordance with the rules and regulations set forth by the FAA. And all those rules and regulations have to be checked in on, and they have to be approved. And there has to be approved processes and suppliers and every single... Like, I have a friend who does interior work for airplanes and stuff. Every thread that he puts into the seat of an airplane that he's manufacturing, like a new leather seats for or whatever, the source of that thread has to be an approved source. Even if it's not like a fire-resistant material or something. Jesus, it's bad. Even if it's not something where it has to be fireproof or whatever, that thread has to come from a manufacturer where they're approved to do that, and they have to follow all these steps to put themselves in a situation where everything can be approved to where they can sell it as an approved thing. That is just a huge cost. And I think there can be some deregulation as far as different importantnesses of things. You know, like, cool, the thread in my seat doesn't need to be $1 a foot. You know, or like there were like little washers and stuff. Like there's, like, you saw like a congressional hearing where there's like a whole bunch of washers and stuff that they needed for crafting. Like, yeah, this bag right here is $800,000 or whatever ridiculous price it was because of things, you know. Shoo! This is some rain, boys. Holy crap. We're gonna slow down a little bit. 70 knots is slow, but we're gonna slower a bit. So we gotta find a space needle here. Space needle and a building stack. But yeah, the cost of all this stuff is so large to be compliant with all this stuff from the FAA. And again, it's like, cool, once you're compliant, it's no big deal. You gotta do your paperwork, do all that stuff, and it's not that crazy of a thing. But all that stuff has to be approved. All that stuff has to have somebody come and look at and certify your processes and do all that. And that has to happen for everything. Absolutely everything. And that brings the cost up. So when you have an airplane that needs to have an oil change and there's a drip of oil, it has to have an O-ring at this particular place. And this O-ring is manufactured by somebody that manufactures 40,000 other O-rings of different extremely specific sizes for stuff, and everything has to be an approved process. Then you end up having a backup of people needing these specific parts and stuff. And that's what makes it costly, because that one O-ring is $45 because you have to get it. And there's no question like this. They're the only people who make that O-ring. So yeah, there's just a whole bunch of stuff that leads up to that and that issue. And then also it's a huge investment from the schools too, where it's either or schools or whoever's maintaining it to have to charge more to make that investment to hold on to this stuff. Because at the end of the day too, like, sure, you can order, or it may be possible to order one O-ring, but typically they only sell them in packs of like 1,000, and they're $10 each. So you're having to buy $10,000 worth of O-rings for something that you're only going to use twice a year. So you have to be able to be in a place to make that investment to do that. Let's do a point orbit. Let's not just do a circle. Let's do a point orbit. So yeah, it's just a huge investment on anybody that's doing any sort of maintenance. And then knowing that certain things have certain timeout requirements and stuff, like your landing gear has to be overhauled at X amount of time, your fuel system has to be overhauled at X amount of time. If it's a Robinson helicopter, it has to be overhauled at X amount of time. So each hour that you're flying it, let's say the overhaul cost $200,000 for the Robinson. And let's say your overhaul interval is 2,000 hours. Which really is 2,200 hours, but I'm going to make it easier. It's like, cool, that means at minimum you're dividing your cost of $200,000 divided by 2,000 hours. So that's an extra X amount of dollars per $100 per hour tacked onto it. And then your insurance cost, because guess what, you're a student, you probably can't fly a fucking plane or helicopter that good. And there's just so much that goes into it. Dude, there's so much water out here right now. I'm just now looking at this again. I honestly agree with being the FAA's fault, yeah. Or it's an experimental kit plane, you can add whatever you want to it. Oh yeah. And that's the cool thing with experimentals. The downside is, when you're doing your actual test, not many people, like, I don't think you can do your test in an experimental. I think you have to do that in a certified aircraft. So regardless, you're going to have to spend some money on some familiarization hours with whatever your aircraft of choice. So I have an experimental can't think of the damn experimental helicopter. Rotorway. So I have a rotorway experimental helicopter, and I can log all my hours and stuff in that. And let's just say I do my 40 federal minimum, but then I do another 80 solo hours and practicing and getting prep, so I'm perfectly ready to go. And then I go hop in a Robinson for testing, and it's like, okay, cool. I don't know how to fly a Robinson R-22. So you got to be, you're going to have to invest some time, either way, into learning in a certified aircraft. Now, if you're just doing it as a private pilot and you have absolutely zero interest in ever being a commercial pilot, then you're much better off that way. If you're trying to stay cheap or cheaper, nothing about aviation is cheap, but if you're trying to stay cheaper, it's a very good option to go with experimental. Especially if you're very mechanically savvy and you can do stuff and like figure out problems and whatever. I'm going to really try to avoid IMC conditions here over the water. Because there is no references on the ground whatsoever. But it's not a bad option if you're just flying personally. But if you ever want to go commercial with it, then mostly your first commercial job is going to be doing flight instructor if you're here in the U.S. just because the way the hours and systems work, like that's going to be what you're going to be doing. And most schools train in a Robinson, and then to be able to teach in a Robinson, you have to have a pretty good number of hours in a Robinson teach. I forgot the exact rules and numbers and stuff. I just googled it. It is possible to get a PPL in an experimental aircraft. Okay, so it's not impossible, but the big thing is finding either a designated pilot examiner or an FAA examiner that will give you your checkout flight in your experimental aircraft. Because it's all them at the end of the day. Your FAA examiners are extremely strict. Everything is extremely by the book, and it's more or less like, okay, cool, show me this, 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 show me this. Show me all the books, show me this, show me this, show me this, show me this. What's this, what's this, what's this, what's this? Okay, time to fly this, like super, super by the book, but also super strict, and they're under like no deals to be nice to you, really. There's not even be nice to you, but they're much more stringent with their testing. But they're free for the FAA examiners to come out, so that's the cheaper way to go. But when you do a DPE, a designated pilot examiner, of course you have to pay them, but they are people that are certified by the FAA to give you checkout flights. And that's usually people go, yeah, it may cost $500 to get a DPE to come out, but I don't want to say they hold your hand through getting the license, but they're much calmer. They can help you through different things. They are still going to test you, and they're still going to make sure that you're doing everything correctly, but apparently it's a much better situation with them. So there's that. But either way, you have to find them that are comfortable enough to get into your experimental helicopter where they don't know what the maintenance schedule or whatever is of it, and trust you to fly them at hundreds, if not thousands, of feet above the ground. And that's the hard part, apparently. I've listened to if you want to get into helicopters, the Helicopter Podcast is solid. It's a solid listen. I literally just completely caught up from episode 1 all the way to the most current thing, which they posted 5 days ago. I think every Tuesday they put an episode out. But I just got current, as like I just finished the most recent episode here yesterday when I was driving. But with that said, I cannot see that screen worth a damn. But with that said, yeah, listen to that podcast. But one of the episodes, or a couple of the episodes, have been with people who own rotaway helicopters, where they've either bought it assembled from somebody, or they took the time and they assembled it themselves. Either way, actually, I wonder if I can do this. Doop, doop. Nope, still bright and shitty. Menu. Nearest. Direct to menu. NA? What do you mean NA? Lame. But listen to a few of the podcast episodes with people who own rotaway helicopters. They've said, like, cool, yeah, we've flown our helicopters, we've got ourselves comfortable in them, we've got ourselves confident in them, but we can't find a DPE or an examiner who is willing to ride and fly in our aircraft, where we can do our exam in our own aircraft. So they've had to go to flight schools and get a few hours in Robinson's or in an Instrom or in whatever and learn how to fly those and then go take the exam. And some of the DPEs that they've interviewed said, like, oh, wait a second, I don't trust myself with a kit aircraft. I can't build even with them. Dude, I would 100% trust myself with a kit aircraft. Oh, hell yeah, look at the colors of that. Nice. But yeah, even talking to some of the DPEs and stuff, they were saying that there are people that they've tested where they've built a kit aircraft and they've come to test in a Robinson R-22 or whatever. I guess with a light coming down that fixes our screen a bit. But they come to test in the R-22 and like they'll do the initial 5 hours to just be good enough in it to where they can do it. But they don't pay attention to it. They don't learn about the aircraft like they should, to where, like, okay, cool, well, the emergency procedure in my rotaway, if something stops as we do this, like, well, guess what, you're not flying a rotaway, you're flying an Instrom, you're flying a Robinson, you're flying a Schweitzer now. Like, you need to know what your procedures are for whatever aircraft you're in. So I don't want to say it's better to just do your schooling and stuff in a certified aircraft, but it's something to consider if somebody's looking at doing a kit aircraft. It might be better to do your kit aircraft, get familiar with it, kind of like I'm learning how to fly in the simulator. But like I'm still gonna have to learn how to fly in the certified whatever aircraft as well. Definitely not a direct comparison by any means, you know. But it's like you need to learn and be familiar with what you're testing, because especially when you're putting your life and other people's lives in your hands as well, it's nice to know that you're not just a memory machine where you can remember what your helicopter's things are, but you can think through it with other vehicles as well and say, like, okay, cool, well, if this applies to here, then this applies to here, but it's different because this has more blades, or it has more power, or it has more inertia in the rotor system, so the auto rotations are easier and they don't have to be as drastic of a cyclic drop, or a collective drop, or a cyclic pulling back or anything. But yeah, I would 100% build a kit airplane or a kit helicopter myself. Like, it looks fun. I think even if you aren't good at it, there are services where you can go and they will build. Like, you build with them and they have it set up to where you do 51% or whatever it is. But I think the benefit that you get out of constructing and assembling your own aircraft, for knowing it mechanically and knowing how different things feel, because let's just say you set up your center stick, or is it called a yoke, just a joystick in an airplane, whatever you're saying, we'll just call it the yoke. Let's say you set the yoke in it, and of course when you turn it left, you turn it right, that's what moves your ailerons on the outside edges or let's see, usually your flaps are like right here, then you have ailerons further out there on the wing. Sorry, I'm flopping around here. I'm also avoiding our flight path a little bit so that way I can go lower side on these mountains here. But anyways, let's say you assemble it, and when you're doing your left and right movements and something feels like it's binding, and you gotta say, okay, cool, well, we assembled it, but that said we needed adjustments, so we have to go through the adjustment process of finding stuff now. And in the process of doing the adjustments on the airplane that you constructed, you learn how the binding is happening because you know the control rods go from the floor to here and there to there and there to whatever. And if something happens in flight where something's binding and you're like, well, shit, I know the control rods run directly below my feet. What if I look down here and like, oh shit, I dropped a Snickers down in there and there's a Snicker bar rubbing the control rod, which is jamming it up. So that could save you because you happen to know where little specific things and ins and outs and whatever are, you know. So I think it's a benefit to build your own if it's something that you have the funds to do. Or the rest somebody else can do. Yeah, honestly, I would do a kit car, I would do a kit plane, I would do a kit helicopter, I would do it doesn't matter what it is. If it is something that they will send you every part to put it together, I will 100% do that. Like I said, I think the education you get from that would be invaluable. Just because of, you literally know every single part of your vehicle then at that point, your aircraft or whatever. I honestly don't think it would get any better than that as far as just, like, that kind of throws way, way, way back to what we were talking about when we were first trying to make our way to Mount St. Helens, starting to get into the IMC conditions. I think that goes a long way with driving skill and talent and stuff too. There's a lot of stunt people that I know that are extremely good drivers, but they haven't gone to a million different stunt driving classes, and they haven't done a lot of stunt driving gigs to where they're doing all the crazy sliding stuff. But they enjoy the mechanical aspect of stuff, where they build their own cars, and they can fix their own cars. So I don't say they have mechanical sympathy, but they have that mechanical understanding of the car works this way, so if I drive it this way, I can take advantage of this aspect of it. And no, I'm not going to say you're going to do stunt flying with an airplane. I mean, that's kind of what RVs are for. But, like, you're not going to go in normal conditions fly outside of the operational envelope of your aircraft. And that kind of only counts for, like, stunt driving and whatever else. But knowing your vehicle and knowing the mechanical aspects, I think, makes you a better driver, a better motorcycle rider, a better pilot. And that's kind of where my potentially blind ego and blind enthusiasm and view of myself to do this comes from, because not only am I just trying to learn how to fly, like I do a lot of research on the mechanics of how helicopters and aircraft and aerodynamics and everything works. Well, what's that word I'm looking for? Not ego, my expectation of success or whatever it is. I think part of that comes from, like, I have a good understanding of the aerodynamics of how this works, and what parts can break and what parts can fail. What a cool little valley to fly through during sunset. I'm glad I went offline here and didn't just go over the mountaintops. This is good looking. I don't mind flying into the sun for something like this. And I think we're going to skirt this higher side of the valley over here. Yeah, I think that goes a long way. So even if you don't feel like you're mechanically able to build your own aircraft, I think if you're getting into the process of wanting to build your own aircraft anyways, you've probably already got on the forums, and you've probably already got on the Facebook groups, and you've probably already met the locals, and you've probably already gone to the Rotorway fly-in in Florida that happens every year, or the Vans RV Flyers Club for all the retired pilots that built their own planes or whatever. And I don't think there's anybody in those clubs that would be local to you that would not want to come and help you build your own aircraft. I mean, I would be over every single day after work to help somebody build their own aircraft if somebody near me was. Like, if it was like on my way home or anywhere near or relatively convenient to my way home from work, if I had a normal work schedule or whatever, I would be over there daily helping them build it, especially if I had one of my own and I knew the ins and outs and I knew the little tricks and stuff to make it work better and to help the assembly process go faster. Hell yeah, I would be out there. Why not? So, like, even if you don't have the mechanical ability, I think the people around you, because you're going to be part of a community regardless. Like, cool, the Cessna 172 Owners Club, that's a huge-ass club. And most people just send their stuff to different shops to have them work on it because they probably don't have the A&Ps or ANPIA to keep their aircraft certified as getting worked on. But for experimental stuff, everybody's working on their own stuff for the most part anyways, unless it's something weird. So, yeah. If it's ever in the possibility realm of doing it, start talking to the people and do it. That's a sharp little valley cutting in there. Wow. Weird. How far are we from destination? We're close. The destination that I have set for us is... Give me a second. That's an international... That's on the northern side. William R. Fairchild International Airport. So, minutes away. Actually, I can even look at our freaking little flight director thing here. It'll tell me, I think it's like 12 minutes. Yeah. 12 minutes I'm flying at 103 knots. I can make that down to 10. We'll get you in bed soon, son. Don't worry. I know you're getting eepy. Which Sean didn't even say goodnight to me tonight. Or if he did, I missed it. Did Sean say goodnight tonight? I'm going to text him if he didn't. Look, we're going 120 knots now. We're going to get you there. It has been a hell of a fucking flight. Thank you for sticking around this whole time, dude. 8 people watching. Well, it shows my laptop. My phone says 3, though. You hear these beeping sounds? That's the altimeter being like, oop, there's your decision height. There's your decision height. I'm cresting these freaking hills like that. Oop, kind of getting laggy by the trees. No bueno. We'll add a couple of feet to it. What a cool area. Holy crap. Dude, I've honestly been extremely surprised by Washington. Washington State is a hidden gem for not geology. I'm sure it's great for geology too. But geographically wise, holy crap, what a cool state. I mean, the west when we first got in here, or the east side of the state when we first got in. And look at that. Damn. Because the eastern side of the state was the rolling hills and plains where you do the farming and everything, and it's like manicured grass because people would be doing the farming and harvesting and whatever. It was an agricultural area. We started getting into more jaggedy mountains and stuff. Got to the volcanoes. Huge damn mountain with a... what's it called? Rainier. And coming back in, and it kind of flattened out, and it got like urban hilly with getting into Seattle. Hard to tell though. Very rainy. Really couldn't appreciate what was there. But thank God it washed all the needles off the streets. Whoa. But now here you get west of this on the upper coast of Washington. It's just beautiful. No wonder. Yeah, honestly, it's underrated, dude. I'm gonna have to come out here in real life. I don't know if I'm going to want to career out here or anything. Of course, if once I get my real license, if I end up getting like a fire contract, there's a good chance that I'd come out west for a fire contract or something. But I mean, holy crap. Just to get out here and to rent an R44 or something, like do a vacation, do a couple of different R44 rentals at different schools between San Francisco and up here. It's kind of like drive the coast, rent a helicopter, fly around, explore, drive up the coast, rent a helicopter, fly around. Like, that would be a cool thing to do. And like I said, yesterday or the day before, being in the film industry, I've met Fred North a handful of times, and he said a very good thing to do is to go fly around in different geographical areas. Different wind, different weather, different everything. And learn how to fly in those different areas, and it'll help expand your horizons as a pilot. Not just for people that you meet, but for just how you can adapt to different things. And look, we're right here by the bay here, or river, or whatever this area is called, the Sound. You got a huge fucking peak there. Yeah, Washington, highly underrated. But we are extremely near the airport now. Looks like we're just over that last little hill there. Port Angeles, yes. Huh. No, I'm still not moving to Western Washington, but damn if this doesn't make me want to consider it. I just can't deal with the politics and stuff out here. But the Olympic Peninsula is covered by temperate rainforest. Okay. Also, Sky King flew around the Olympics. Okay, cool. Yeah, that is this area, isn't it? Shit, okay. Alright, time to move the West Coast. Yeah, the people in politics is the rough part of it. Like I said, I've got a very beautiful stunt girl who's actually very based, that I've been talking to on and off for a couple of years. And she's been in Hawaii on and off here a good bit recently for work. She just spent some time down in New Zealand doing stuff out there. Not working, she was wedding or something down there. But she lives in Hawaii right now with a friend, and I'm sure she'll be back here to Georgia within a month or two for some sort of job. But there's like a... I feel like she would want to be in Hawaii, which I wouldn't mind living there temporarily. If like I know a tour job is a very normal whatever job for people that are like 1,000-ish hours to go get a turbine helicopter tour job. Flying around the Grand Canyon is usually the main thing people do. It's stateside, there's a million people that want helicopter tours of the Grand Canyon, and there's a million helicopter pilots out there doing it. Freaking Maverick has like 70 or 80 helicopter pilots on payroll. And there's Maverick Papillon. I think Sundance is still a thing, maybe. Anyways, there's a lot of helicopter companies that do that. And it's like, sure, it'd be neat, but I don't want to freaking fly around the Grand Canyon. It's a cool place, don't get me wrong. But my ex that I mentioned earlier, that I lovingly said that bitch afterwards, she lives and works out there now. Not doing helicopter stuff, obviously, she's not that cool. But it's like, I don't want to be there where there's a chance of seeing her. It just turns me off so much. Plus it's like ignorantly hot out there during the summer when people are out there wanting the tours. And I don't know if I want to sit in a tin can that's 95 degrees when it's 100 degrees outside because I have 6 or 7 people inside of this thing and the AC can't keep up. Like, it's not on my to-do list. I'd much rather fly around Hawaii where it's tropical. Sure, it'd still be hot, but at least I'm not in a desert. But it's like, I wouldn't mind being out there for a year or two for that. Maybe even 3 years. But I don't want to be out there because the politics are still lax. Like, I own a handful of suppressors and like NFA itemed firearms that are not allowed in Hawaii. I was like, cool, that's a big thing of what I do and what I appreciate, so I'd like to still keep that as being a thing that I do and appreciate and enjoy. And that's not allowed in Hawaii. I don't mind going out there for work for a little bit, but also it's like, cool, I don't want to drag Dino all the way out there. I don't want to drag the dog all the way out there because I don't want to put him on an airplane. Because I know we probably can't get him the service dog thing to ride in the airplane, which he could. He's smart as shit. I could teach him into that thing and make him get by with that. Like, I don't want to do that to him. I'd rather stay domestic somewhere where I could drive. Okay, so anyways, let's get into this. Our place is right up here. William Fairchild International Airport. This is helicopter 42069. We are 5 miles to your east inbound. We got a load of urine. We've been in the air for 17 hours, and we are ready to piss, tell you what. So make sure the bathroom is empty and unlocked when we get there. Helicopter 42069 for whatever traffic. Going to Jekyll Island's nice. It'd be nice to catch a flight. I know about a tour company in Myrtle Beach. Since the Washington Gulls have gotten so much rough the past 5 years. Yeah, I have a friend that lived in Oregon, worked winching people in and out of helicopters onto ships that were coming in and out of the Columbia River. He was like their mechanic, their A&P mechanic, but also the hoist operator. He quit there, did a little normal job here in Washington or Oregon for a little bit, because I think he lived in Astoria, Oregon. But he recently moved to Hawaii, and what he does, since he had his fixed-wing license, he flies from island to island on like a Piper Saratoga. It's like a nicer piston fixed-wing Piper plane. And he goes from island to island doing A&P work on other airplanes and jets. So there's like an AOG plane. It's like, hey, we landed at Kauai or whatever island or airport or whatever. And sorry, I'm adjusting myself. Like, we landed at whatever airport here, and we have a broken thing. Can you come fix it? So he'll fly over to the other island to go fix their airplanes. It's like, dude, that's a cool fucking job. But he's also a gun guy. He did a lot of shooting and stuff, which I think the first time I actually messaged him, I started following because I think Combat Learjet, the really big Instagram page, shared something from him. So I started following him. He has a private page. He accepted the follow. Super cool. Thanks, Val. But he had posted a gun thing one day, and he's like, oh, I need this, or I got to figure out the gassing or whatever on this. I was like, hey, you should try this part or this part. It's really good at solving gas and getting the everything figured out. You can text these people, and they'll be able to tell you exactly the orifice size hole you need, whatever. But anyways, he, me and him became pretty good internet homies. I was like, you bring your suppressors out there? He's like, no, I left those with my family back at home. They were on the trust. So, yeah, I'd have to leave that here if I were to do Hawaii. But I don't know of any helicopter tour companies down in South Georgia. I don't even think the riverboat people on the Savannah River do that. Airport 42069, whatever, we're here. Get the bathroom ready, because I got a piss, buddy. Let's go. Come in here, let's figure out where the fuel box is, because we're kind of making that our parking spot. Our past airports. Relatively soft approach coming in. I'm proud of myself. I'm growing up. A long do not land part on the runway there. Interesting. Did I pass by the fuel farm there? Or am I crazy? No, that was a car. Oh, there's a fuel farm. Sick. That's where we're going. Because that's where we kind of remember where to pick up the next time, you know? Oh, and for anybody that's been watching like, oh, he just flies fast and he just does dangerous stuff. Can he actually hover and do hovering things and do stuff more officially and whatever? Like, okay, cool, here you go. Low hover, walking pace, pedal turns, sitting, waiting, looking, left, right. Following the stripe. Direction of movement, the same as the skids. And then super hard pedal turn. But anyways, thank you guys for watching today. Mr. Georgia Plane Spotting, Airbus Fan 350. Don't worry, I don't forget the OG names. Thank you for being here. Shout out to our new guy. Coming in clutch with the mount saying Helen's Facts. I don't remember your name right now. Shit. I'm actually horrible with names, so I'm sorry. Give me a second. Let me sit down and we'll do a proper sign off here. Air. Also, that's an annoying thing on the career mode here. They charge you like $900 to fill up your tires if you have an airplane that's running commercial operations. I do remember you had the file folder as your symbol though. Neon Aeon 3. Boring, do some insane fun things. Okay, fine. We'll do a couple of quick passes before I piss my pants. Like a backwards departure. We'll take that down nice and smooth around so we're not breaking our tail boom off. We're also not over the Hudson, so that's not that much of a worry. Still trying to stay within our torque settings when we're doing all of this too. So relatively simple movements with our collective. Tokyo drift this bad boy around a hangar. Which way's our wind playing that way? Let's do like an out of ground effect hovering point turn around this right here. We'll kind of do a skid drop on it. Actually, I don't know if these antennas have contact on them. Which I'm actually not good at these left point turns. I'm more of a right point turn sort of person. I do not want to hit that freaking that light stand. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it has a contact or a hitbox or whatever. Yeah, take your airport rules and shove them up your ass, FAA. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Had a little freaking lag there. Almost fucking killed us. We'll take that as a note that I need to go actually pee. We'll call it a night because it's also late as shit. It's fucking almost 2 o'clock. Jesus Christ, man. What am I doing? Cool, there we go. Hell yeah. Roll our throttle down. This isn't my helicopter, so I don't care if I turn it off. I don't care if anybody walks into our tail rotor or not. Pitot heat off. Avionics off. horn. Shove it. Going moving. Red Bull, isn't it? Alright, I'm gonna head out, dude. See ya. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. 11 watching. Of course, I get 11 watching right whenever it's at the end of the stream. My computer shows 11. But yeah, if y'all are here watching right now, what took you so long to get in here? Freaking 11 people. Y'all come right as I'm shutting down and I'm flying like an absolute fucking maniac. We literally just did 4 hours worth of streaming or whatever, and y'all come in at the last 2 seconds of this. But I will tell you, today was our last day of flying the continental U.S. Let's shift C out of here real quick, and I'll kind of walk around and do an outro. Actually, I want to shift V. No, I don't want that. Shift C. Got to... There we go. Okay. Oh no! Did we crash? Did the game just crash at the end of everything? Sick. I love that. Let me go to this real quick. Oop, maybe a full crash. Yep, just lost Microsoft Flight Sim. So anyways, that's a good way to end it. Thank you everybody for being here. Super fun night tonight. If I'm going to be doing this every night. Today was our last night in continental United States. Tomorrow we cross into Canada, start heading up to Alaska. But please subscribe, because we'll be doing this for another 90 or so nights, because we're going to be trying to do this as much as we can. Some nights I may miss, take a break. But anyways, 8 o'clock Eastern time-ish. A little bit flexible with that, with the schedules and lives and all. But yeah, subscribe, whatever. Leave comments on anything to check out between Washington State and Alaska on our way up the coast over the next couple of days. But I will see all of you guys here at the end at 2 o'clock in the morning for whatever reason. Peace.